Hold on a second, guys. I'm trying to eat something real quick for trying to stuff my face real quick. We got a new 4-hour candle coming in just a few minutes, and we'll go on into New York, see if we can get some more here, so we can squeeze some more blood out of this market today. In just a minute, I'm almost done, and then we'll hit it for the rest of the day. 7 minutes. We got a new 4-hour candle. We'll do a sweep. We'll go through all the 4 hours and see if we can find some pips, find another trade. There's a few things that are, there's a few possibles. I'm really kind of kicking myself for not selling EuroCAD when we talked about it. I was just looking, I had it up on another chart. I was like, man, I can't believe that was it. When we talked, we were just sitting there going on and on about it. Just didn't take it. I was going to take it if it would have went just a little bit higher. If it would have gone just a little bit more. But yeah, that was it. See where it sold off to. Crazy how that works. So yeah, that was probably your high of the day. Really need to watch EuroCAD for a short because of where it is in structure. Pretty crazy. So yeah, we'll watch that. This will come back and retest that. We're going to watch that. Yeah. Anyway, just give me just a second. I'm almost done. I don't know about euro dollar here. Just watching it. It's maybe the dollar kind of didn't really come off the low. That was kind of the hope, is that the dollar was going to make a big reversal. Hasn't done it yet. Doesn't mean it's not going to, but some of these euro pair, like Aussie and Kiwi pairs, still may have some upside. It's weird. Getting mixed signals on the euro. Some euro looks like it's short. Some euro look like it's still got a little room up to the upside. We'll try to figure it out here. Just give me just a minute and we'll go at it. Just give me just a second. Okay, good morning, everybody. Good morning. If you're just joining, you missed all the fun earlier. If you're just joining, yeah, what we got here. See what we can do going into New York. EuroCAD, man, good game on that. Waited. I was waiting for a little bit better, but man, that was it. That was it. Honestly, probably not a bad idea to try to get into EuroCAD short, given where that is. Should have just taken it. All right. But yeah, could be a really, really good short. Even from here, I mean, yeah, could be a big one. Hold on just a second. All right, so we got a new 4-hour candle here. Just give it a second, and we'll go through everything. I'm trying to hurry up and do something real quick. Just give me 1 minute. Almost done. Gonna hurry up and eat real quick. Looking to see if there's anything immediate that needs to happen. Pound was crazy today. Waiting to see if that's gonna come back down. Waiting to see if something develops here. First, I want to see if this euro dollar, if the dollar is going to come up. If the dollar does come up a little bit for the rest of the day, then that's going to set up some trades. Some of these euro Aussie right here. Really interesting level right here on euro Aussie. This still, I mean, it's not a bad risk here. Have a pretty tight stop on something like that. Below that range, 5 pip stop with a 40 pip target. It's a good RR right there on Euro Aussie long, but depends on how much you're willing to, you know. Anyway, hold on, give me 1 second. I'm almost done. Let me hurry up. I'm trying to hurry up. Give me a second. All right, I think we're ready. Sorry, some stuff to do. All right, let's see what we got. Where are we? What do we have here? This morning, the pound, obviously the pound's been really strong. Hurry up and get back, hold on. Dollar, come on, dollar. Jesus. Need this dollar to come on. Dollar's coming off the low, it's a good thing. Euro Aussie still a possibility, and Euro dollar actually a possibility. Both can happen at the same time. Euro dollar can come down and Euro Aussie can go up. Both can be true given where they are, and it's not a euro based move. So let's see. Come on, Euro dollar. That's the entry of the year. Entry of the year. But yeah. Waiting to see if that's going to happen. Look at that. Yeah, so if the dollar is going to come up, that's kind of the thing we're all waiting to see. Is this going to be the low of the day on the dollar? Hopefully. There's a lot of room for that to float up if so, which means there'll be some trades set up. A little bit lower. A little bit lower. Euro Kiwi. Kiwi's a maybe. Is this Euro Aussie and Euro Kiwi still got possibilities here? Still looking likely. Likely to get something out of it. Both can be true. Euro Aussie can go up and Euro dollar can both come down. They can both happen because the euro is basically doing nothing. Everything's moving around it. The euro is dead flat. It's dead flat in the middle. I'm gonna move this so I don't mess up my windows. It's dead flat in the middle. It's not really going anywhere. The euro, you can't even see it. It's behind the Kiwi. The euro is just dead flat and it's dead center. Everything else is moving around it. So if this dollar does come up and start to get a little stronger dollar, Euro dollar can come down. And the opposite with the Aussie and the Kiwi. The Aussie is passed over now into the low side. And if this continues later, you know, they both can be true, at least inside of this range. So see how that works out. Killing it today, man. Murder. Absolute murder. So let's see what we got here. 4 hour. Gold. Take a look at gold. Hold on. What is that? Stopped out. Bot. Aussie Kiwi got stopped out. Oh wait, never mind. Text message. Aussie Kiwi did get stopped out though. Gotta remember to get the dog his medicine. 1 second. Supposed to get his little antibiotic at 8 o'clock. It's all right. I'll give it to him in a minute. So yeah. Come on, Euro dollar. Come on. Epic entry on Euro dollar. Stops the break even. So yeah. And Euro Aussie's also running. You can put in a range here, get back to the top. Killing it today. It's another 37 pips on a half a lot. Murder. I wish every day was like this, movement wise. If the market would behave and just do something in London. Set something up. So yeah, Euro Aussie to the upside. Euro Kiwi probably 2. Euro Aussie looks good for a few more pips at least. Probably good to the high, honestly. The high or low. This is a high or low, and you got a possible range here. There's quite a bit that this could go today, even like this. It's within range to break this high right here. It's within range to do that today, especially if that Aussie and Kiwi roll over after they've been strong all morning. This is setting up for a potential. If anything, this is kind of holding a range right now. It's confirming that this is going to hold this range, so that's a good thing. Looking for this to stay in here and go higher. Higher low overall, higher low. Looking good. Looking good here. Still in this from earlier this morning. Entry of the year. Come on, baby. Yeah. Euro Aussie, but you see why I took this here. And what I'm hoping for this to get back above equilibrium right here and hold that. If we can get back above that and hold, it's very likely going to break this high and head back up to the range high. Voice is wrecked. Fight through it. Yeah, so Euro Kiwi, probably the same thing. It's very likely going to end up higher. It would always be better for this to pull back a little bit. I think Euro Aussie's the easier move. Euro CAD, man, I wish I would have sold the top of that. This is going to fight the Euro strength here and hold, and then probably die. It's not the Euro that's moving, it's everything else moving around the Euro. So you got Euro pairs going in 2 different directions. You got Euro Aussie going up, Euro dollar coming down, Euro CAD coming down. The Euro is dead flat, so everything's moving around it. Bot's gonna take profit on this. The bot sold center right here. It needs to go a little more. I think it was 32 pips or something, 34 pips. It needs to break this low, and then the bot will take profit on that. Bot did good today. So far, the bot's way ahead in profit. It's got 2 trades open, and they're both in profit. One's big profit, Euro pound. It took a big profit on pound yen. Closed pound yen out. Full range. Pound yen, let's take a look at that real quick. Flip through. Right now, looking at Aussie and Kiwi, trading against the Aussie and Kiwi probably. The yen's a possibility. The CAD may be flattening out and going the other way, so something like Euro CAD short is probably going to be a thing. It's probably going to be a big trade this week, Euro CAD short, or at least over the next probably 24 to 48 hours. Yeah, watching it. It would have been better to get in higher, but that's okay. Come on, Euro Aussie. Yeah, pound yen was... I'm gonna take a look at this real quick. Yeah, so this hit profit. I think it bought the middle. I remember when it popped up here the first time, it took the long. I was like, oh man, that might reject there, but it didn't. And it held it. It longed it when it popped up and ended up running. It ran all the way profit. Said it would have been 1 standard deviation of the opening range, which would have been 53 pips. So it took a 53 pip profit on pound yen. The bot did by itself. So that, it's a good run there too. It had a big trade on euro dollar this morning too. It ran a full range on euro dollar. That it caught this whole pump up. That was out of the top, which would have been 38 pips. So the bot did good today by itself. So now what is the question? What do we do? Euro Aussie, I think, is still a thing. This is going to be a good candle to confirm this. To confirm this close. That's going to be a good candle. That's exactly what you want to see. You want to see this close strong, so then when it pulls back, it's less likely to break that low. It's less likely to come back and even break this current low that it's making right now on this candle, and then continue on to break the high. There's definitely room on this. There's 30 pips on this, for even from here to the top of the range. Yeah, I'm looking for somewhere near the top of the range because I got a spread to deal with, but most brokers are commission based and you can run it right up to, basically right up to the level, with really low spreads. But yeah, looking for 31 pips on that trade where my entry is, right at exactly 31 pips, right near the top of the range. Euro dollar's still going. It's uncertain on this. It kind of depends on the dollar, but stops and profit. See if maybe get lucky. It's not a big position. It's only a quarter lot, but it's better than nothing. And the distance may do the work on that. If this dollar shifts off the low, which is what it's doing. It took a while. I want to see this shift off the low and hold. Come back and make a higher low. And end up going up a little bit overnight. Putting in some kind of range or something. Honestly, was just looking for anything out of this. It's just so high that it might be worth holding because of how high the euro dollar is. Crazy high. Pound CAD killed it today on that. This is nuts, man. This went really far today. I didn't think it was going to go that far. Pound CAD. It was a good trade. It was like 40 something pips and it just kept going. Just got out. Fine with it. Yeah. Did 47 pips on pound CAD today in London and it kept going. Wild. It's a big move. Yeah, it's up 90 pips right now. From entry, it's up 90 pips. It's up a lot more than that on the day. Off the low, yeah, it did 147 pips today on the off the low. 147 pips on pound CAD. Big day. See, man, we need this, man. Need these days to move like this. Get back to normal. Pound yen, yeah. Pound yen actually looks good. This was good earlier. Bot took this one earlier from lower, right here. It entered right here, which I thought was weird at the time, but it ended up being right. You know, I was looking at other factors. It entered on the way up, which is, you know, I was like, oh man, what is this doing here? I didn't know if it was going to reject right there and come down, but it entered there and ended up closing like just a minute ago, like up here. Good trade. I didn't personally take this, but it makes sense. This made sense. There may be, I mean, I don't know, man. Pound yen's just moved so far. It's already moved a lot. Like this, it's high. It's high today. Just keeping this in perspective, like it's 116 pips off the low. It's already moved 116 pips. You got to be careful with how much you're asking out of it. Trying to squeeze an extra little bit out of it, but that doesn't mean it's not going to go. Doesn't really mean anything. It does, but it doesn't. It's about risk. It's about managing risk and whether or not you're comfortable with that risk. Doesn't mean it's not going to continue. Pound dollar. Weird, the Nasdaq's wrecked. And the S&P's just holding. Hasn't done anything. Dow's no movement. Dollar CAD. Yeah. Let's take a look. Let's look at 4 hours. Take a look at structure here and we'll watch this on the other side here. Hold on. Curious what's going to happen right here. on Euro Aussie. The Euro Aussie trade going in the group. Buckhorn. Buckhorn obviously had a bad weekend, but that doesn't really mean it's a short yet. All that. Heck. It's funny. Old chart. Wow, had that right. Yeah, interesting. There's so many levels down lower that never got resolved on Bitcoin. Crazy. But yeah, Buckhorn. Really bad weekend. There's some technical issues with Bitcoin. Not going to get into all that. We were talking about that earlier. The transaction throughput just can't handle the amount of people who are trying to use it right now. And transactions are backed up by an all-time high by a lot. Of all-time high unconfirmed transactions and fees at the same time. All-time high. And apparently more than 40% of the hash rate has gone offline. They're blaming it on a power outage. I think some people probably know better and know what the problem really is, but they don't want to admit that. Yeah. So Bitcoin's it's still up. Like the price is still good, but as far as Bitcoin itself, more than half of the Bitcoin network, or almost half of the Bitcoin network, has gone offline over the last probably 2 days, 3 days. It's it can't handle it, and we got to wait 2 weeks for difficulty to readjust. It typically takes about 2 weeks. It can't handle the amount of transactions that are going through right now, because so many people are trying to move Bitcoin around that people can't get their money out. People are having to wait 48 hours, 16 hours. I've seen 24 hours before it even moves. And a lot can happen in 48 hours. There's a 20% drop in 48 hours. If you got to wait to get your money out, it's not a very good store of value, is it? So there's a technical issue there with Bitcoin, but that doesn't mean it's not a good investment. It's not the point. We're talking about the technicals and fundamentals of Bitcoin, not the price action in trading it, not in the investing side, but what Bitcoin actually is. It's got some problems. It's got scaling problems, and it's not a secret. Everybody knows. But it's really rearing its ugly head right here when we have all-time high unconfirmed transactions, and by a lot, all-time high unconfirmed transactions and all-time high fees at the same time. It's just the network can't handle it. Bitcoin can't handle the amount of traffic that is being put on the network right now. It's the ugly truth. There's no such thing as a world reserve currency based in Bitcoin. There's no alternate universe where that's going to happen. It can't even handle what it's got now. But mad gains. The reality is, buy and hold crypto since the beginning of the year has been the trade of the year. Buy and hold crypto from January 1st, even just Bitcoin, it's up 105% this year. That's just Bitcoin. Some of those altcoins are up hundreds of percent, thousands maybe in some cases, but majority of them are up hundreds of percent, 400, 500, 600%, 1,000%. Buy and hold crypto has been the best trade of the year, period. End of story. So, good game. Right now, it's in trouble. It's got a bunch of people can't get their money out. Everybody's trying to get out and can't. Wrecked. I saw Robinhood was taking trading offline on some stuff like Doge. Everybody's mad about that. It's funny how that always happens. You know, that kind of stuff going on. It's already probably flushed out enough. That was a big enough drop. It's, you know, this doesn't look good. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say this looks good. It doesn't. But it's also already come down enough that it's, you know, it's already charged up quite a bit. But we need to see if that's going to happen. If it's going to hold this and start coming back down and break that low or not. You know, you want to do the trend line thing, you know, it's really about horizontal levels. But, you know, if that comes back after that low, back where the real consolidation is, back down here at 48-ish, then, you know, that would be normal. How high this thing is, it's like 1,600%, something crazy off the low, off the actual low. It's still up 1,400%, almost 1,500% off the low. It has not had a real correction in 1,500% gain. So it's not like it's something bad. Depends on when you got in, right? Yeah, but right now, price action doesn't look good on Bitcoin, whatever. It's a wait, you know, you wait and see if it goes lower. If it breaks the low, then you start looking to buy in. Right now, you're in between a high and a low, no reason to mess with it. If you're already long and you're in profit, hold it. If you're short and you're in profit, hold it. One of those things. It's right in the middle. The dollar wrecked, mega wrecked today on the dollar. It did 2 days worth. This is the biggest daily candle in a very long time. Since back in March, had a big daily candle to the upside. This was just as big to the downside. This is the biggest daily candle in a while. It did about 2 days worth of movement in London session, in London session in a few hours. It did 2 days worth of movement. So huge move down on the dollar today. Kind of figured it was going to bounce off the low a little bit, so I was trying to short euro dollar. We'll see. It's trying. Still trying. What else? Turn this music down a little bit. Music in my headphones. Hold on 1 minute. I can barely even speak. I'm trying to get the words out. So yeah, dollar's in trouble. This did exactly what we were looking for it to do. On Thursday, we talked about this, and then Friday, it started and didn't finish, and now today was the dump. Figured this was coming. Price action wise, we talked about this in the group. This is a common type of failure in price action. This thing comes up and hooks up like that. And you're looking for it to break the low, but boy, it broke the low for real today. It went all the way. Did the most. So, you know, it's about time. This is about right where it should go. And we just expect some kind of relief rally. Don't know how far up it's going to go. I think tomorrow will be interesting on the dollar. May get a relief rally over the next, whatever, 12 to 24 hours. It'll take a couple candles, 3 or 4 daily candle, or 4 hour candles, sorry. Kind of wait and see what happens. I don't know. It'll probably range tomorrow, honestly. After this dump today, stuff tends to range. It'll define the boundaries of this range on the 4 hour, hopefully overnight, and get it worked out. And then maybe we'll see what's up with tomorrow. Euro Aussie, but right now, maybe a little upside in the dollar, hopefully. That's what we're hoping for here for the rest of the day, some upside. Euro Aussie, I mean, it's a higher low. It's a higher low. You got some reversal price action, a little small body pullback. Doesn't look bad. I mean, even the 4 hour looks good. It looks like it's a range low on the 4 hour. Short term, it's in a consolidation, but it may have room to the upside. Trying to figure out which way the euro is going to go. The euro's not really moving right now. Hoping that the Aussie and the Kiwi come down because they've been strong all day. And if they pull back a little bit, this euro Aussie is very likely going to go up. Right now, it's not doing anything. And maybe it gets stopped out. Who knows? Maybe. Chart. Okay. Yeah. So I don't know. We'll see if it holds. It's a big maybe. But look at where it is. You know, that very well might hold. It's a range low. I just don't know what's going to happen yet. Got to stop a little lower on it. See if this is going to hold, and maybe that goes up. Back to 4 hours. Euro Kiwi. I mean, it's the same kind of thing. We talked about the structure last week. Nothing's really changed since the end of last week on this. You got a range consolidation with a higher low, which is likely going to be a peak low in the cycle, in the market cycle. And now we've put in a pretty well-defined range bottom here. Hoping this makes a higher low and starts to come up a little bit. That'd be cool if it did. It'd be a lot cooler if you did. Speaking of that, speaking of Matthew McConaughey, apparently he's trying to run for governor of Texas. Apparently they had some poll, and Matthew McConaughey is polling more favorable than the current governor of Texas. He's polling higher already. And he's like considering announcing that he's going to run for governor of Texas, which is interesting. That's going to be an interesting dynamic. He's polling a lot higher than the current governor already on just the rumor that he might run. Anyway, fun fact. Be a lot cooler if you did. Keep taking the long, they keep staying the same range. Lol. Euro dollar. Come on, baby. Come on, dollar. Nothing to say here. Come on, dollar. Dazed and Confused. It's a great movie. God, my voice is gone. Sorry. Voice completely wrecked. Talking too much. Hold on a second. Yeah, anyway. Euro dollar, I mean, this thing made a massive move up. Just looking for any kind of pullback at all on this. It's very high, and it broke this kind of significant area here. This is important. Where this has been a significant area. And we've snapped out of that today. Big, huge move because of that big dump in the dollar. So now that we've kind of come back into traffic over here, ideally I'd like to see this pull back a little bit. Even if it, whatever it's going to do.
Ranked.
Come back a little bit more. Pretty much. Come back a little bit more on this and maybe retest this consolidation. That'd be awesome if that happened. That's a big move. I think it was like 60 or 70 pips. From the entry of the year. Yeah, it was like 65 pips to retest the high of this range. It's possible. It's also possible that it stops and consolidates up here. It's pretty bullish. I mean, the dollar's pretty bearish. The dollar also may be near a low. So we'll see on this. I don't know. I would expect some kind of a pullback, at least a little bit. Don't know how far. Just, again, stops and profit. Hoping this goes. Took this in London this morning. Crazy entry on that. Stalked it and got it right. There was a very specific reason took this trade. Very specific reason. To the pip. Ended up working out. Actually had nothing to do with price action to the left. Nothing to do with that. This was an algorithmic trade from an algorithmic level. It's more of a calculation than it was. Had nothing to do with candles. Just, it was a price level. There's some interesting things that happen in the markets. And that's what we do on the other side. When the market is behaving normally, this is how we're killing it all the time like that. Problem is the market won't behave. EuroCAD, that would have been a good short. Go over this real quick. EuroCAD, where this is. Hold on a second. All right, Euro Aussie's probably wrecked out. It's close. All right, so Euro Aussie didn't hold. Stopped out yet. Something is. Euro Pound. Never mind. Euro Pound hit profit. Let's pause that for a second. Euro Pound hit profit. It shorted the center for people on the other side. The bot. This was a bot trade. It shorted the center, and it just ran a full standard deviation. It's 35 pips. Good game. Bot killed it today. You know why? Because the market moved. That's what happens when the market moves. Just ran just the standard config, just the default standard config that I have set up. Killed it. We'll go over all those trades in a little bit. It's still in pound Swiss. It bought pound Swiss. I didn't even know that. I don't remember it doing that. So it bought pound Swiss. Where? It's pretty big in profit. Okay. It took the top of the range recently. That's why. So it bought pound Swiss. It's got a little ways to go. Could close it manually. It's not too far away. It needs to go 44 pips from the entry. So maybe, hold on. Yeah, it's gonna have to run quite a bit. It's actually not that bad. Hold on a second, it's not that far. Yeah, I mean, it needs to run one full standard deviation, which would be, since it took the top, it would be from the low. It would have to be right here. It needs to go a little bit more. And I have to run up to right here to take profit. We'll watch that maybe, because it took a long out of the range. Maybe it's gonna have to have a big day. Whatever. I'm just gonna let it be and see how it does today. EuroCAD again. If this will go up and hit that level on EuroCAD that we've been watching, if it goes up a little more, I'm gonna be looking to sell this. I'm looking to sell the top of this range. Trying to catch the pullback. Looking to find the high of the day. Would have been nice to already been in it. And if it goes and breaks the high, we already know where we're looking on that. Euro Aussie's in trouble here, so that didn't work out. But it wasn't a bad risk. Can make a decision now and just closing it, and just taking a few dollars down on it. Crazy, because still not terrible. It didn't hold. You look at it on the 4 hour, not that bad, is it? A big morning star reversal price action and then a small body pullback. It's not that bad, right? A little different when you look at it that way. Might be worth a shot. We'll see how this candle closes. Almost don't want to close it because of that. Looking at the 4 hour, maybe it does some weird price action things. Just that didn't do obviously what we wanted it to do, but it's only a few pips down, so that's the thing. Probably it's 3 pips. Just close it. Weird price action. I'm just assuming it's going to get stopped out. This lower high and go back to the low. It was worth a shot. Had a lot of rejections here. See where it rejected the open right there? It just didn't hold it. So wrecked. They just close it and take the loss. You know, the good thing is though, if this is going to go down, euro dollar is going to go down too, very likely. And it's crazy because it's so close. It's probably just going to go back up. Loss. It's just a small loss. I'm going to watch it for a minute. See if this holds. If that next candle pulls back up a little bit, I may just close it. A couple dollars loss. Euro dollar is still in profit. No big deal. It's going to get stopped out. Never mind. All right. Whatever. Next. I'm going to take a stop today. I was hoping for a perfect run today. Going to take a stop out on Euro Aussie. No big deal. Euro pound. What else? Euro pound. I mean, it's smashed. The price action on Euro pound is so bearish. It needs to pull back up a little bit though. What else? Is there anything else? Right there. EuroCAD again is EuroCAD is a short. I wish it would retest the high, but this is going to be a short. I don't know if this is the best entry. It is rejecting here though. If you get that red candle that comes down, the thing might not come back for the rest of the week. Like this may set on a path to going back and retesting the low. Minimum going, you know, back to the bottom of the range to make a higher low. It just looks like it's going to be a range consolidation, and it's already on the high and it's rejecting. It's just tempting. Wrecked on this. Let's see if this, what happens here now that this closed low. This doesn't look good. And what this really is hold on a second, guys. One thing in the group real quick. It's this. Here are your sellers and here are your buyers. Whoops. And it resolved low. It pushed down through the buyers, so that tells you that this isn't filling anymore. So now we got a problem. We're looking lower. Now we're looking, where was the next block? And where is your buy side? Yeah, so wrecked. Honestly, could probably just close this at a small loss right now, which is actually what I'm going to do. I'm going to close this Euro Aussie here while it's just up a little bit. Just assume it's going to be a loss, a very small loss, 3 pips. It's 2.1 pip loss. Whatever. Next. It didn't do what I wanted it to do and bounce and go up here. It didn't hold this equilibrium and break back above the open. So we still have a bearish daily candle. I'm just not interested in it anymore. And it may come back up. And it hasn't hit the stop. I'm just not going to mess with it. I don't care about it. It's whatever. But, you know, it was worth a shot. It was worth a shot. I'll take the $16 loss and try to find something else. Honestly, it's been a good day. What I'm not going to do is just let this run away. I could just close it now, and if it does drop, it'll be, you know, 2 or 3 times that loss. When all I have to do is just scratch it. It didn't work out, and I see something that happened. See there? So this did something that I didn't want it to do. And it told me that these buyers aren't filling anymore. This flow here is not there anymore. So we're looking lower. And then, you know, obviously it looks like it's going to make it back to the low of the range now. It's a lower high. Sucks. It looked like it was going to go. It's just not worth messing with it. So sometimes if it doesn't do what you want it to do, change your mind. It's okay to change your mind. EuroCAD. Still looks wrecked. Over to Euro dollar. Anyway, still going through 4 hours here, just looking at structure, seeing what's going on. Riggedy wrecked. Crazy because it's still bullish on higher time frames. It's not worth messing with it. It could be hours. EuroCAD though, man. This EuroCAD it's straight up failing. Only thing I'm worried about is this. That kind of thing happens all the time. This like Batman kind of pattern. It's the only thing is a retest to that high. It's worth a shot short, honestly, on EuroCAD. It's like one of the juiciest trades right now is EuroCAD short because of where it is in structure on the macro. We haven't gotten to that yet, no. Euro dollar. Come on, Euro dollar down. Looking to get wrecked on that. We need the dollar to come up off the low. Need the dollar to come up a little bit. It's EuroCAD though. It's juicy, man. Looks good. Watch that for a minute. This is interesting stuff right here. The trade really got on here is Euro dollar, but that EuroCAD is right there with it. Wish I would have taken that. earlier when we were talking about it, but I didn't take the risk. EuroCAD, kind of talked about this already. It's a big range high. Had the epic entry on the high and didn't take it. Like, it stopped dead on the level and didn't take it. And we talked about it at the time. It's like, you should take this short and see what happens, because it's a range high. And if this ends up coming back down in a consolidation like this, even if it ends up going high later, it's still probably going to come down. And what happens if, I can find a little drawy thing. What happens if this does reject and come all the way down, comes up and fails, and then retests this low back into this consolidation right there, and then bounces? That's a massive move. It's 230 pips to retest this consolidation on the low and still make a higher low. It could still make a higher low here. That kind of stuff happens all the time. And this is your entry short, like at the top of the range. And we had it like to the pip. I just didn't take it. So still watching this. Still watching this. Your better risk is to the downside, even though it's bullish. Even though this is coming off the low, the likelihood that ends up lower inside of this range is pretty high. At some point, just lower somewhere inside of this range. It's very high likelihood, we'll say. But you know, catching it higher would have been that was the play. Was catching the epic entry on that. Just didn't take it. Had it, but didn't take it. So now we're watching it. There is a little bit level higher, and if it breaks that high, I'm going to take it. But taking it earlier would have been the thing. So still watching that. Euro dollar, stupid high. Talked about this historical level. We just broke it today, major way, because the dollar's weak. Crazy low, weak dollar. I mean, nothing to say here. Just looking for it to pull back a little bit and then figure it out. Reevaluate this if it comes down. Got a big bearish engulfing candle right now on the 4 hour. I like it. EuroCAD looking for dumpage. Euro pound. This is bearish price action. It's just not a good entry to sell it now. This doesn't look good at all. This would indicate one or both of a very strong pound or a very weak euro. Moving on into the week. You know, these are 4 hour candles. Moving forward into the week. This is really bearish price action. However, any kind of pullback would be better. This is kind of what it looks like it's going to happen. And it may be a combination of one or both, either a very strong pound or a very weak euro moving forward for the rest of the week. So we can kind of ballpark what's going to happen there. We're going to be watching euro moving forward for the rest of the week. Either euro weak or pound strong. Maybe both. Euro yen. This is just trash. There's nothing to say about this. These are 4 hour candles, guys. Like, look at this price action. There's nothing to say here. This is terrible. There's nothing. It's not doing anything. A little tiny little choppy mess. There's nothing here. Distributing on the high. This kind of stuff does weird crap like this. It'll probably make a big pump and then die. Something like that. It'll look like it's going to go and then just completely get smoked. Or the opposite. Come down and then slam up. Make everybody think it's going to die and then moon the other way. It's very likely that kind of stuff happens on these extended ranges like this. This is a higher time frame too. These are 4 hour candles. It's a choppy mess, man. Riggedy wrecked. Pound Aussie. And again, it's just the euro and the yen going the same direction. Back open. Oh yeah, okay, London's back open. Maybe that does have something to do with the pound. Is the pound's pretty strong today. It's crazy strong. So maybe pubs for the win. Drive-by disliker strikes again. Doesn't like real trading apparently. Yeah, anyway, back to what we're doing. Hold on 1 second. Bird. So yeah, pound Aussie, we already talked about. I don't know, we haven't talked about the pound yet. Getting there. Pound Aussie. Suck my bars. Pound Aussie. The Aussie and the Kiwi were really strong this morning. That may be changing a little bit. Up another chart and take a look. Yeah, the Aussie is a little weaker than the Kiwi. Had a big dump this morning and then a big pump. This was pretty wild, actually. Took this short this morning, actually, in London. It was one of the good trades we had today, was this short. And then it turned around and went wild the other way, but you know, the setup wasn't really there. A lot of risk at the moment, but yeah, crazy dump there. So yeah, nothing really to say here. It's kind of back into consolidation. Big bullish move. You don't want to buy it now. It's moved way too far. A lot of these pound pairs have moved too far today. Like way too far. Kiwi, same thing. I mean, it's just full send back and forth. Full retrace.exe. Activate Operation Krispy Kreme. Pound CAD. This is interesting because this looks a lot like Euro CAD. You're at a range high that's clearly been a range. It's rejected multiple times in the past. Interesting level there. This was another good trade today in London. Killed it today. Ended up going higher, which is nuts. This thing's done like 150 pips today. Crazy, man. Yeah, it did 148 pips off the low. It's still up. Yeah, it's caught like 40 something pips long this morning. Did like 150 pips today. More than that. Had a really good day today. Killed it. But you know, need the market to continue to move like this consistently and just go back to that everyday murder situation that I miss. Euro dollar. Okay, so here's the thing. All right, here's where euro dollar is. Got to make a decision here. I'm going to take some profit where this is. People in the group see where this is. This is an important level. And there's also this here. You had buyers here in the past. And it's just one of those things like, I mean, it's like it's like free $60. It's later in the morning. If this bounces here and holds this big range here, then I'm gonna wish I would have taken a profit. You know, like if this is just a big range and it holds and bounces and starts to go back up and breaks the high, I'm gonna be mad. So, yeah, I'm gonna take some profit, man. Even though this is bearish, like it's super bearish. I want to take it on the low like that if it'll dip down a little bit more, but it's time to take profit on this. Honestly, this was really the move I was looking for. That's, man, the entry of the year. Straight up. Just want to close it. I mean, $60. Why not? Take the $60. While it's red. I'm not worried about it. Yeah, all right. Whatever. Take the $60. $58. So there's $3.63 shy of 400. So did good today. $400 profit. The biggest trade I took was half a lot. Low risk, massive profits for the amount of risk. So good game. Today was an epic day. So closing out euro dollar. It doesn't matter to me. It's more worth it for me to just take the profit than to wait and see if this goes. And maybe it does. Maybe it fully retraces. It kind of depends on the dollar and where the dollar is. I'm worried that this is just going to be like a range high up here somewhere and end up coming back down. And if it does come back down, I'm going to be mad about that. Could have just taken the $60. $60 is better than no dollars. Man, just got a moving market today. So while this is down here, this is it. And this is time to take profit. It's a good game. What else? Lots and a few things. Something like one trade. So anyway, done with that. Next. See if I can find something else. Take progressively smaller risk and not give any of it back. I need $4. Gotta hit that 400 mark today. Need $4 somewhere. Be a good trading day today. Actually, if the bot closes pound Swiss, that'll go. Good day today. Kind of days you need, man. Stuff just moves and behaves normally. It's just infinitely less stress. Can still make good money taking almost no risk, like relatively very little risk, because you're letting the distance do the work. You're letting the market move. Could have been even, man, if it held that pound CAD, that's crazy. Can't believe that pound CAD went that far. But good game. I mean, this made the most sense early this morning because the CAD was so weak. And so this is where you have to make a decision on euro dollar. I'm personally closing. That doesn't mean it's going to stop going. I'm personally not interested in watching this. If this is a range low here, go back up for the next, whatever, and possibly break the high. I don't know yet. I know that's probably going to bounce right there. There's going to be shorts that get closed here. Got longs coming back to break even here. Gonna be, got all kind of stuff going on. Shorts closing, longs coming back to break even. There's going to be activity here. It's not worth it. Take the win. Sometimes you just got, it was almost 30 pips. It's like 27 pips or something like that. Sometimes you just got to beat the market. Just got to beat FOREX sometimes. Beat FOREX for the day and get up and do it again tomorrow. So what can we do? I mean, euro is weak. And that very well may keep going on euro dollar. I'm just saying that I'm over it and I'm going to close and look for something that's a better risk, just in case this comes back up, just in case it puts in a range bottom here and then bounces. I'm fine with it. The pound may be slowing down a little bit. The CAD is weak. That's something that's consistent. We have a very weak CAD today. It's still weak. It's weak on higher time frames. Looking for something that's stronger. Euro. Crazy as that is. See, here we go. So if Euro CAD goes and retests the high, might get that Batman thing. Else, man. Dollar CAD. I just don't. It's hard to trust the dollar. It's hard to trust the dollar where it is. Maybe it holds. Man, look at this stupid Euro, man. Look at Euro Aussie. Euro Aussie is actually still viable as a trade. What a turd, man. Stopped out, went down to that next level, and then right back up. And this kind of makes sense because if you look at the 4 hour, it's not really that bad. Look at the 4 hour. It did. This was a big bearish candle at one point. Came down, rejected center mass, and now it's moving. The high or low. Probably going to go break that high. Makes sense. Just got shaken out of it. Bullish engulfing on the 1 hour. There's still a possibility on that. Whack price action, but whatever. Man, the euro dollar. Maybe that euro dollar is gonna go. Not worth it though. Euro Kiwi, same situation, just held the low of this range. Just didn't go anywhere today. Didn't go anywhere, unfortunately. Sucks, but it didn't move. And this is the problem right here. You know, it just didn't move. It's really the euro. The euro, the Kiwi, and the Aussie are right dead smack in the middle and not doing anything. Just not going anywhere. See, the euro, Aussie, and Kiwi are just flat. There's no appreciation or depreciation over time. There's nothing. They're not gaining or losing over time against other currencies. Kiwi, Aussie, and the euro all flat. So kind of garbage. You almost can't even see the euros. So flat. And everything else has moved around it. You had a really strong pound today and a really weak dollar early. Then the dollar flattened out, and a really weak CAD. The CAD is consistently weak, and look at it, it's still rolling over. CAD's about to break the low, so you probably got another little bit of weakness on the CAD. Now the problem is what's strong. CAD yen short may be a thing. Is there anything that's strong that's got room? That's the question right now. Yeah, you got it. You know, CAD yen is just, it's already run so far. Look at that candle. Hold on a second. Man. FOREX, man. Hold on a second. Yeah. So back to it. What can we do here? Other than, I don't know, see if the dollar's going to moon or not. I don't trust it, but good game if it goes up. Got what I needed out of euro dollar. Wait and see what happens. Euro CAD again is really tempting here because of where it is. It's going to distribute on the high, but overnight that may dump. Euro yen, man, what the heck? The yen's gaining. That's a big red candle. Euro dollar or whatever. That was an epic trade. Crazy trade right there. What was that right there? Whatever, man. Epic entry. It was 0.3 pips. It was 0.3 of a pip from the high. Pound Aussie's almost run. You see where it's going? It's almost there. Equilibrium from April 13th. It's probably going to be your high of the day right there. Just going back to the money. That's crazy what happened there. It took this short earlier, and then, man, the long was the trade. Good gosh. Pound Aussie and pound Kiwi. Just at the time, it didn't look like it was a good long. The Aussie and Kiwi just completely changed directions with the pound. The pound went bonkers. The pound was coming down and then went right back up and made a higher low and went moon. That ended up being a good trade, man. Pound Aussie, pound Kiwi. Crazy. Took them both short. Still had good pips. Like 50 pips or something. Yeah. I think one of them was like 48 pips or something like that. Man, turned around and did 140 pips back to the upside. Crazy. It's just, at the time, it wasn't really, wasn't really a thing. This is also crazy. Pound CAD's now broken the high. Gosh, man, what a run. But you can't see that stuff coming. It's just like 2 days worth. More than 2 days worth of movement. It did more than two, I think. Of 100 and yeah, I mean, yeah, 173 pips. Yeah, it's done almost 2 days worth of movement. Crazy. Funny how stuff doesn't move and then all of a sudden things start taking off. Hopefully we're back, baby. Pound Swiss. A little bit higher. Go on. Bot's still in it. Bot's still in this pound Swiss, but it's got to go a long way. It's a lot more pips for it to have already moved that far. It's got to go another 25 pips. I don't know about that. What can we do? On something here. Yeah, this EU is probably, honestly, I think the smart move is to just take the profit. Unless you just want to get a stop at break even, it might not come back. It depends on when you got in. It might not come back. It really depends. What's only thing I'm worried about, I'm just trying to secure the bag on it, basically. I'm trying to secure some pips because I'm not sure if this is going to range or not. And if it's going to, if this is going to be a range, it's probably the bottom of it right here. You know, if it goes back up and retests that high, it may not make it all the way back up, and this may drift down later. But after making that move down, it's probably going to bounce a little bit here. I figured this was going to be in a range somewhere in here, and that's the thing. I was just looking to get something out of it wherever it starts to put in a range, and it might be here. Now that being said, you know, this may eventually it may not come back up. You got a consolidation here. It's an interesting trade because you got a consolidation right here, and if this does come back up, it might not break the high. It may come up here and reject where that consolidation is and end up rolling back over. That's definitely possible. Definitely possible. But you see kind of what's going on there. It's kind of not worth messing with it anymore. It depends again on your risk tolerance. What's your risk appetite? How much are you looking to get out of it? You know, are you willing to gamble, or do you want to just close the pips? For me today, because I got stopped out pretty rough the last week. I had one day where I got stopped out quite a bit. I think it was like 2 days in a row, but one day I took some stops, hundreds of dollars in stops, and I'm trying to get it back. Got it back, actually. So still working on it. Move the chains. Let's move it back forward. Get back in the game. It's the only thing you can do. Sometimes you have a losing week. You know, it's just trading. Been in this garbage market lately. Sometimes you have a losing week. You get back in the game. You don't quit. I know that. One thing you don't do is quit. Quit, you never get it back, right? If you quit, it was actually a loss. EuroCAD. Thing on EuroCAD, waiting for this. This is going to break that high. And I want to take another. I want to find something else. If EuroCAD will make it up there and break that high. Watching that. Big range. If it'll make it up into this higher time frame, I think it's a daily level. Interested in that. Euro Aussie's a turd. Ended up not going anywhere. Euro Kiwi, same thing. It's a big bullish candle. It just stayed in the range. It didn't really go anywhere. Stayed in the bottom half of the range. Really low volatility. Euro Aussie, same thing. This looked good a minute ago, and then meh. If it's going to sell off, it's going to take a while. So leaving that alone. EuroCAD, again, exactly what we're looking for. Possible Batman situation here. So, womp womp. $1. Close that at the right time. Gonna wait and see if it's gonna consolidate lower than this previous consolidation. If it does, and it looks like it may hold, maybe I'll get back in. Depends on the dollar. We'll watch the dollar. Pound Aussie, probably your high of the day right now on Pound Aussie. Probably very close to it. So that's another thing. Got some possibles here. Got some possible reversals. Stuff is just grinding higher. Crazy how that everything left in London and it never came back. At least the pound. The pound just left and never came back. It's this crazy move today on the pound. Wild. Good game though. I mean, gotta enjoy it when it's a good day, because there are a lot of really frustrating days when you have a good day. Gotta keep it a good day. Pound Swiss. Yen. And really, just waiting to see what happens on the pound. I mean, the pound is just X Games mode. NASDAQ. Okay, now that's something interesting. I forgot we got market open here. What's going on with that? It happened late. It was the 10 a.m. candle that sold off. The late move. Man. Interesting little move there. Oh, hi, how you doing? Smack. Man, gave him a little whoop-de-doo there. Old dipsy doodle. Dipped it, pumped it, slam. Holy cow. Got everybody out on that one. That's wrecked. Price action on the NASDAQ. Whack. Dumped it, slam, slam. Matumbo slap. Move. Yeah, wrecked. Yeah, it's a big day today. Actually, gonna see if this dude's going away for murder or what, man. Got a George Floyd situation that they're supposed to have closing arguments on that today. Today's a big day as far as just cultural events and just news. Today's a really big day. Gonna find out if he's gonna get what he deserves or not. Then it's going to be complicated moving into the next ones that may be a little more complicated than the George Floyd one. I don't think that's very complicated. It was a murder. I think everybody saw it. Like, everybody saw the video. Man, big day news-wise. Trying to figure out what that's another thing is what's going on with Ukraine. That's another good point. Is what's up with that? That's the war that people don't want on either side. I know it's ordinary Americans, despite what you see on the news, we don't want that war. Russian people don't want that war either. That's heating up. Definitely heating up. Been heating up for a long time. Kind of stuff going on in the water too. Little provocations and posturing out with naval ships coming close to each other and doing flybys and stuff like that. Massing all those troops and equipment on the border of Ukraine. It's kind of scaring everybody. Interesting situation. Yeah, people don't want that one, man. I know Putin's going to make his move while the United States is completely jammed up domestically. Just having a domestic crisis at the border and domestically with all these police shootings and stuff. It's a perfect time for Putin to make a move. That's exactly what he's doing. He knows. He's a master strategist. He knows what he's doing. Perfect time to make a move. That's why it's all happening now. any kind of domestic disturbance they can amplify will also help their cause. That's another situation that's crazy, but yeah, I had to find out if Mr. Floyd is going to be vindicated, that he's going to be avenged, we'll say. Dude needs to go to prison, man. It's kind of trash you can't have as a cop, man. We can't have that kind of stuff. Makes everybody look bad. Makes everybody look bad. Makes the good cops who do good things for communities. It makes them targets. And you got people doing drive-by shootings on the freaking National Guard because of stuff like that. Because of some trashy human, evil human being that just wanted to kill somebody. Because he could and he knew he would get away with it. Yeah, you can't have that. And we also can't have burning down buildings and looting the Nike store when, you know, every time something happens, it's also not a solution. Tough situation. A lot of very polarized views on that. And material liberation, they call it, which I think is hilarious. It's funny. It's not. That's like the official, apparently the official politicians and leaders using that term. It's not looting, it's material liberation. Oh man. Again, it's the same thing I've been saying for years. It's the idiots, it's the extremists and the idiots on both sides that ruin it for everybody. There's always some extremist on both sides. And pick one, pick a side. There's going to be some extremists and idiots. Some doofus is going to ruin it for everybody. Instead of thinking and doing what's right. Always how it goes. Pound Aussie, pound Kiwi. And that's the problem. It's not race. It has nothing to do with race. It has everything to do with idiots and extremists on both sides. That's what it is. Being politicized, though. I think people are tired of it. I think people know what's going on. I think for the most part, a lot of people are tired of the media and politicians politicizing things and creating division, sowing discord in the community. I think people are tired of it. People know what's going on. I've seen a lot of anti-democratic stuff going on in the protests. It's funny how they're saying basically the truth. The Democratic Party's been taking advantage of people of color. They're tired of it. 100% true. But I don't know. This is the kind of stuff where third parties emerge. I think that's what Trump's trying to do, actually. Man, Bitcoin's in trouble. I think Trump's going to try to make the Trump party. I think that's the goal. Probably going to work. Look at Bitcoin. Holy cow. Rocket ship. Okay, so here you go. Here's your problem right here. That spike low and rolling over like this could just be a lower. It could make a lower high and go break the low. That's not what you want to see, honestly. Ideally, you want to see this come all the way back up if possible. But if this is going to roll over now, make that lowercase h, that's not good. Doesn't look good. Doesn't look good for Bitcoin right now. But it's not surprising. I mean, you got to also think, it's like, oh my God, it's crashing down to 55,000. It's completely crashed down to $50,000. Like, think about what that is. It's still ridiculously high. Ridiculous. Bitcoin is crashing down to 55,000. Actually, probably like 48,000. That would be my guess. Come back and break the low and then go back up. 48, 49, somewhere around 50. If it'll break that low, I think it'd be good. Maybe not, though. I mean, it doesn't look good right now, but it's not dead yet. Anyway. Aussie Kiwi. Let me take a look. Aussie Kiwi. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of rangy right now, but this is one that's this is a weird one because the Australian dollar and the New Zealand dollar tend to run together. So tough one, man. This one's really choppy. This pair in general can be really choppy because the Australian dollar and the New Zealand dollar tend to make the same moves at the same time. Depends on which way you're going with it. I mean, it's honestly probably not bad either way. Depends on what you're looking for. I mean, it's kind of come down quite a bit. I don't know. I haven't looked at that one in a while. Let me take a look. Hold on a second. Take a look at another chart. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know what I would do there. It's really choppy. It's low relative, I guess, to where it opened, I guess where the high would be. I mean, I could see that coming back up a little bit. But wait. Oh, 08, 09. Okay, so you're all right. So you're long from lower. Yeah, I mean, I would stay in it. I would definitely stay in it because of where that. Okay, I see what you're saying. Gotcha. Okay, where you entered, I see there. I see what you're saying. Yeah. We'll just hold it. Yeah. Put a stop at break even and see if it goes back up. Definitely. Yeah. Probably put a stop at break even. Yeah, it looks fine. This one can be weird because it's choppy. Just again, because the New Zealand dollar and the Australian dollar tend to run the same direction, and that can be really choppy on the chart. But yeah, it doesn't look bad at all. Where you got in, that's a good spot to be in. Yeah, just see if it goes. Definitely. Speaking of which, I wonder what time that is. Man, I hope dude's found guilty, man. If they don't find him guilty, man, oh my gosh. Riggedy wrecked. Hide your kids, hide your wife. They're burning everything down up in here. Holy cow. I know Tampa was crazy last time. Showed you that video, man. They stole a SWAT truck. They forced an officer out of a SWAT vehicle, stole it, and went on joyrides running stuff over in Tampa. Last time where I am. I'm in Tampa here. Bonkers. Absolutely crazy. They stole a SWAT truck and went around an armored SWAT vehicle and were riding around running stuff over with the lights and sirens on. Bonkers. Let me find that. Oops. But yeah, holy cow. They've already come out on the news here and like urging people, please, please be peaceful kind of thing. I just hope everybody stays safe, man. Wish we could get through this as a nation. We gotta get past this point. We got some mess coming. Here is that video, man. Yeah. Holy cow, dude. This was here, right here in my city. Yeah. Yeah, they ambushed some cops in an armored vehicle, forced them out and stole the armored vehicle and went joyriding, running stuff over like light poles, and they burned a big building down. Put the drone in the air. Hold on, let me find this, man. Wild, bro. Wild.
All reached a turning point. People jumped on one of the armored trucks and threw a tear gas canister on the roof of the vehicle.
This was here in Tampa last time,
The
when
truck
the
retreated and
George
the
Floyd
crowd
thing first
became
happened.
emboldened.
It's wild, man. You gotta see this. This was right here, like a few miles from me. So yeah, this is why. Gotta be careful with that now, though. DeSantis just signed that, the governor signed that anti-riot
By
bill.
11:11 p.m., the showdown at University Mall reached a turning point.
Pretty wild.
People jumped on one of the armored trucks and threw a tear gas canister on the roof of the vehicle. The truck retreated and the crowd became emboldened.
Welcome to Tampa.
Using rocks and chunks of concrete, they broke the windows of the K&G fashion superstore and pelted the police.
Where's the rest of it? Hold on. You gotta see the rest of this video, man. That's not the rest of it.
People were arrested over the weekend, and a Hillsborough officer was taken to the hospital.
Hold on, man. You gotta see the rest of this video. I gotta find this. It's awesome. It's crazy. But anyway. Yeah, so here we go. One way or the other, it's gonna happen today. It's either gonna happen or not gonna happen, depending on what happens with the outcome today. And that video is crazy. And it's like a video game, dude. It's like something out of Grand Theft Auto, man. It's crazy. Wild. I have to find it, man. God, it's crazy. It was on Twitter. I know it was on Twitter. Anyway. But yeah, pretty crazy. Everybody's pretty much expecting unrest, and the protests are deserved. People should be protesting, man. That's your right to do so. People should be protesting. It's just hard to draw that line. Anyway, yeah, we're ready. Courageous here. Him jumping out. They threw tear gas in there and they jumped out. They didn't show the rest of it. Where's the other piece? There's another piece. They forced him out. There's another piece of video somewhere. I'll have to find it. They stole the armored SWAT vehicle and were just joyriding out, just going on a rampage like Grand Theft Auto. It was absolutely crazy. Pretty nuts, man. Just complete breakdown of society. So we're looking at that again today, possibly. I know today's the final arguments in the case. Man, I just hope everything goes all right, man. Tough day for the country here, possibly. If things don't turn out the right way. If what's right isn't done. I'll put it that way. If the right thing isn't done today and we get one juror that doesn't agree, get a hung jury, bro. Best case possible is a mistrial and maybe try it again. But it's going to be with the same evidence. And, you know, my prediction is he's going to get manslaughter and not murder. He's going to be found not guilty on murder and found guilty on the manslaughter, and everybody's going to just lose it. The whole country is going to go up in flames. Crazy. And I don't know, I'm sure we'll be watching it on the news. It'll go on for months. Still got others in waiting here, other trials coming. It's gonna be bonkers, boy. And some of it's deserved. You know, the protesting is not the issue. The burning down and destroying of communities, that just doesn't help. I understand it, but that doesn't mean that it's the right thing to do. It actually hurts more than it helps. But I understand. I will say that I understand. But it's going to cause more trouble. You know, 170 pips, man. This is crazy. Pound Aussie. God, dude. 170 pips off the low. I didn't see that one coming. It just crept up. It stayed up. The Aussie rolled over enough. So yeah, Tampa was wild here last time. And there's a lot of controversy right now with the Governor DeSantis. He's a Trump ball licker, but he's a Trump humper. But he just signed it passed in the House and the Senate, and now he's signed it into law. The anti-riot bill in Florida. You cannot do that stuff here anymore. There is a license to kill in Florida. Like you have legal immunity. If there's a violent mob stopping you in traffic, you know, all these people keep stopping everybody. I'm sure we've all seen the videos. People stopping people in traffic and breaking their windows out and throwing rocks and taking skateboards and breaking the windows out and stuff like that. You're legally allowed to run them over and shoot to kill now in Florida. It just passed the other day. It's called the anti-riot bill. And there's minimum sentences for attacking police officers and stuff like that. If there's an angry mob or assembly or something like that, I forget how it's worded. It's weird how it's legally worded. Within 500 feet and you run someone over, if someone tries to stop you, if they try to stop you in traffic, like they keep, you know, stopping people and like breaking their windows and stuff like that, you have legal immunity for running them over now, or shoot to kill. You're allowed to shoot to kill and run them over. So they'll probably stop that here in Florida. I bet they won't be doing that here. There's a lot of people going to be getting run over. It's been an issue. You know, it just completely lost control here in Tampa last time when George Floyd happened the first time, when the initial incident happened. They burned down a bunch of stuff and like just completely destroyed downtown Tampa. And like, it was nuts, man. It was crazy here. And so gotta be careful with that here in Florida now. You know, I'm not saying that it's wasn't deserved, but man, doesn't apply to protests. It applies to violent rioting. Because the truth is, people are stopping people in traffic and breaking out all their windows and trying to pull them out of their car and beating them up and stuff like that. Stuff's happening in the streets. And here in Florida, there's a license to kill now. It's the anti-riot bill. Just passed this week. Crazy. Can't do that here. Holy cow. I know what I'm doing. I'm staying my behind right here in the house. I'm going to be right here on the charts. I'm not going out into town. You're crazy. EuroCAD. Man, good runs today, though. And what there is to do. I'm flipping through, looking at stuff, looking for something that's at a good spot. Pound Swiss is still chilling. Yeah, today's a big day. Pound Aussie. And it's just, stuff's just moved, man. It's just too high. Like, it's still going up. It's hard to buy into something that's 170 pips off the low. You know, that kind of stuff.
How often does this happen on a Monday?
Exactly. That's a great question. This is not normal movement for a Monday.
Good, yeah, my EA smashed the daily goal because, like you said it doesn't take it out at the the goal. It's up like 5%. I'm wondering if I just close everything now, because I've been
yeah.
having trouble with like like New York afternoon. These settings, it's weird. It's like it opens up a whole bunch of trades. Like last Wednesday, I had this open like afternoon New York 4 or 5 o'clock. It opened up like 132 lost trades like in a row. It was really weird.
You might have it's probably the directional movement. That's not really. Yeah, it can open up a whole bunch of trades, and it's really you probably have directional movement on, like the directional. I forget what I called it. It's really just taking momentum, and it's looking for, that's really meant for, if you're saying, okay, I'm going to take $5 over and over, you set like a lower profit target. Say, look, I'm looking for 0.1%, or I want to make $10, and it'll open up trades in the direction until it meets that $10 goal and then close everything. But it can open up a lot of trades depending on if it keeps changing directions or not. So yeah, that's more of just, it's almost like an experimental type of thing. The levels are different though. The levels should be good.
Yeah, I think it was something to do with like the do you have anything to do with the daily open once that starts new? Would the directional levels change?
Not yet. It's actually something that I'm working on putting in there, but I don't have that in as an option yet. But all of this stuff is that's something that's an option. I guess it could be. It wouldn't be that much work to put that in. No, I haven't done that yet. You mean like using that as an entry point, or
yeah, because that's when I noticed that all those trades started happening was when the daily open happened.
A lot of stuff,
but it was only on a few pairs.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll take a look at it. That's something I haven't put in yet, but it's something that could. I mean, obviously, it's an obvious level that's important. Yeah, I think I know what if it's opening up a lot of trades, it's the directional movement is more. What that does is I just didn't have an explanation in there, but what it really does is it just follows the current direction and strength, and it trades in whatever the direction is, and it opens everything that's moving in a direction. It just opens a trade in that direction, and if it reverses, it just opens it back up. It's probably not going to work very well on Owanda for one thing. It's really meant for a hedging account, where it can manage the hedges for you. It's probably weird on. Yeah, I was gonna say it's probably not gonna work at all. Yeah, on Owanda. Yeah, that's really meant for a hedging account. And what it's meant to do is to take like a small profit target. Say, like I'm trying to make $20, and it'll just automatically chase the direction of the entire market until it gets to $20, and then close everything, and then start it again. And then when it gets to $20, it'll close everything and then start it again. But it's best to use like a lower profit target, or a lower percentage. Say, look, I'm just trying to make 0.1% over and over and over and over and over. I want to make $5, close it, make $5, close it. And it'll just trade in the general direction of the overall market. It'll trade everything and in whatever direction it's going until it gets to a net gain of whatever your profit, your profit target in currency, your profit goal in currency is going to be, or in percentage. It's really meant to be used in conjunction with a profit target. And I don't know if I even have stops on that. It's it's meant for small positions, taking small position sizes and looking for like a certain profit goal, so that's the thing. And it's in the auto close is an open exposure and not your total for the day, but that's something that actually the option is already in there. I just don't have it set in the settings yet. I'm taking a snapshot every day. It'll take a snapshot of your balance in London, and then as it goes up for the day, you can close that out at a whatever, like percentage or whatever. I just don't have it as an option. It's actually already in the code, but I don't have it available as a setting yet. So right now the auto close is just using your open exposure, but it works. It's just whatever your open exposure is. Like, so if you close trades earlier, it doesn't count those trades right now, but that's coming. It's already in there actually, because you need that to follow rule sets, like for like FTMO or something. Like, you need to be able to follow that rule. So it is available, and I've actually already tested it and it's working, but in this, like the current version, I've got it disabled right now. There's just no option to turn it on right now. to differentiate between that and open exposure. Right now, it's just looking at just pure open exposure, which is the difference between your equity and your balance. But I mean, it works. It actually shut me off today. Yeah.
Friday, it would like open a trade and like it realized that it was over the daily loss limit and close it, and then just open again, close it. Just like it just went down and down and down.
Depends on the position size too.
$2,000 or something.
Depends on the position size too. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's really not meant for. Yeah, it's honestly it's meant to be run by itself. We just haven't gone. We haven't really talked about that type of thing yet. It's really just meant to be run on by itself. That's what I was saying. It's really for testing right now. It's like an experimental trade type, really. Just kind of still messing with it. I haven't really worked it out completely yet. I think pretty sure it uses a stop, and a target, but that's more about opening a bunch of small positions on a hedged account and trying to get the total net gain into the positive, basically. And then close at a small level. It'll chase the market around until your net account gets up by $10 and then close it. And then it'll reopen, it'll reposition on everything, all 28 possible combinations. If they meet the requirements, it'll just chase it. And it chases the direction of the market, whatever momentum, the total market, all 28 possible combinations. It chases the whole movement of the market and tries to cheat it up by a few dollars. It's more of a scalping type of strategy, to be honest. It's meant for like take a lot of smaller positions, whatever the smallest you can do, a lot of small positions, and chase it until you get $10 over and over and over and over and over and over, and just let it go. It's just not really tuned yet. It's more experimental than anything, but it does work. Actually, I have had some profitable days doing that. The bot just took something. Sold euro yen. What happened there? The bot just now sold euro yen. Okay, I see where. Sold the center. So yeah, it's just it's one of those things. It's not really meant yet. The levels is really the thing that's probably the closest to production. Just trading the levels. I mean, it works. It trades direction from the levels. Just need to get some tuning and some settings available for the filtering. Really, it's really the decision making that needs to be tuned. The trade mechanics itself, that it all works fine. Wow, euro-dollar came back down.
Well, I noticed on the master chart that there's a little button that says black box instead of range. Does that button do anything on the master chart?
I don't think so. I think it's just a label. I think that was meant for something else. I think I know what you're talking about. It was building a hold on a second. Trying to build like a little thing where you could manually open and close things with like close 1%, that kind of the little black dynamic range. It says like dynamic range or something in the bottom left. You're talking about?
Well, on the master chart it says black box, and it's a button. I just pressed it and like some of my trades just closed out or something.
Let me look. See. I was probably playing with stuff before, making a little trading panel. Hold on a second. Where is it located? Is it like the top right, top left?
On the master chart, it's on the bottom left, right above where the strength indicator is.
Yeah, it's
this black box instead of dynamic range.
Wonder why it's not on. May have just forgotten to disable it or something in the code.
I just clicked it, and like some of my trades just it exited some trades.
Yeah, I mean,
and
it's
then
not.
entered,
Yeah,
it entered
it's
them
not
again.
meant for production yet. Yeah, I don't.
No, I'm just curious. I'm clicking stuff.
I was playing with buttons before. I thought I disabled it. Let me look and see. Hold on a second. Let me look at the code. Now I'm wondering, trying to figure out what it is, because I know it's in there. I know I had I know where the button code is. Hold on a second. because I was using it to close. I had like a close half and a close quarter position, and because I was making a button that you click it and it closes half and moves your stops to break even on whatever the open chart was. You know, like if you want to say, okay, I want to, you know, you got a scalp on and it starts running in profit, you can click a button and it just automatically closes half and moves your stops to break even without you having to do anything instantly. You know, it's good for scalping and stuff like that.
Yeah, so I clicked it and
I thought I disabled it. Let me look and see.
Yeah, it exited all the trades that I was in, and then it just entered them again.
Yeah, it may have still met the rules. It probably button open. Hold on a second. Yeah, black box button. What is it calling?
Yeah, I'm trying to click it again and it's not doing anything anymore.
I think I was playing with like opening and closing. I'm trying to look. Let me look through the code real quick. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's just, that's funny because I don't even see it on mine. Wonder why it's showing up on yours.
Yeah, I'll post a picture of it in the range bot.
I'm trying to go look at the method and see what it's doing, because it was probably closing. I remember I was doing that before, was making a button to automatically close stuff. I mean, it's like 2 years ago, probably. Figure out what method it's calling. What is it actually doing when you click it? I don't think it's set to do anything really. I don't know. I'll have to look at it. I'll take a look. Man, look at your freaking euro dollar going down. Yeah, I don't know. I'll find it. I'm curious to know, because I thought I had it removed. I guess not.
Yeah, I just posted it in the Discord thread.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I think it's set to close all is what it says. So it's probably just opening more trades because it still met if you have that directional momentum on. That's really just meant to be experimental. It's not, we haven't really gone into it yet. It's more just for play, right? Just playing with it. It just chases the direction of the market, and it can open any combination that meets the requirements, you know. So it's one of those things where it probably does open all the trades back up. Yeah, I can see. I think that's just closing everything. Why it's enabled? I thought I had it disabled. Weird, because I don't see it. I don't have it on mine. Do you use dark, like the dark, like charts, or is it like do you have a white chart?
No, it's just standard Oanda demo.
Yeah, it's me like your MetaTrader. Is it like dark mode, or is it just normal light with
white
background?
Light mode. Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say it might be black. I was gonna say the button might be black, and I'm not seeing it because I have a black background. I was trying to figure out why I'm not seeing it there. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know. I figured out. I actually want to look at that. Yeah, it's just, yeah. I need to comment that out. I thought I had it disabled. I've been playing with stuff. Is probably what it is. I had some button code in there to, yeah, I mean, I see it. I see what it is. Yeah. It says black box. Yeah. Anyway, I think it closes all trades, I think is what it's set to do. So if it still meets the requirements, it's probably just opening them back up. Anyway. Yeah, it's just close allowed, else button create.
Yeah, I'm just pressing it again though, and it's not doing anything. Yeah, so I don't know what the requirements are for it to do anything. Yes. Well, it did close my trades. It closed like 5 of them, all 5 that were open at the exact same time.
Let me look and see. I don't know. It's not really set to do anything. Then it's got some see button create. We're gonna create a button called FOREX. Corner left and lower. Yeah, it's corner left lower called black box. One word. Yeah. See, it's got a set of font set. I just thought I had it disabled. Interesting.
Yeah, because having something like that would be useful. Just like close all open, close all pending.
Yeah, was the point of that, I think, to begin with. Was I had that actually in there before and I took it all out. It was close quarter, close half, close all, and the close 25%. I think I did close 10% too, and it would close like half of your open exposure or whatever the current chart you're on. You click the button, it will close half, and then automatically move your stop to break even. As long as your position was in profit, it checks to see if it's in profit. If it is in profit, it closes half and moves the stop to break even, plus the spread. So that's really what that was for. I thought I had it commented out, but I guess not. I see it's uncommented. I must have been playing with it. That's part of the thing. I just keep messing. I've got so many things that I'm messing with at one time. Testing and stuff. I've probably forgot to. Honestly, I probably just forgot to comment it back out, and I just left it in when it should have been left out. But it's not a big deal. I'll change that. Actually, do that right now. Comment it out. I see it there. I see the button. It's yeah, button create. It's not set to do anything though. But yeah, I see it right here. The black box button. I forgot to comment it out. So anyway, there you go. It's creating a button, but it shouldn't be doing anything. That's the thing. I don't see a hook anywhere for it to do anything. Anyway, take it out of there. I'll put it back in the next version anyway. I'm going to be updating it anyway soon. Anyway, back to it. Yeah, it's weird. I'll leave it there so I remember.
What other type of feedback are you looking for from us?
Honestly, like, it's just a matter of testing at this point. Trying to work on it in the afternoons is the thing I'm gonna have to do. Work on it when we're not sitting here trading. There's really, I can't really, nothing really like right now. I'll definitely let you know. I guess just anything like that that's just weird that maybe I've forgotten about that needs to be taken care of. Something that just doesn't make sense like that. But for the most part, it's just like the directional momentum is just kind of a testing thing. That's why I don't have it enabled by default, because it's really only meant to be used by itself. It's better probably, as far as like being potentially profitable here, probably just taking the levels is going to be the thing. What I really need to work on is the decision making. I need to test it, and that's kind of what I'm doing here. I actually ran it today. It did well today. I need to test that a little more as far as the decision. Ooh, it actually closed something. Hold on, something closed. Pound Swiss. Okay, so pound Swiss ran to profit. But yeah, I need to test the decision making. How to decide what trades to get into, and that's really the thing that needs the most amount of testing, because the mechanics of it actually taking and closing trades is pretty much there, but then tuning that ability of making the decisions. How do you decide which trades to take? That's the thing that it's going to take some testing and try to get a system down that works pretty well. I think I pretty much got a good idea on it. I've got it restricted right now to only take in, kind of confirmations on multiple time frames, but I want the ability to be able to tune that and kind of set it how you want it. So then we can try a bunch of different things and then see what outperforms, but I need the ability to be able to change that. Like one of those things where like, look at the 1 hour, like a checkbox to look at the 1 hour, look at the 1 hour and the 15 minute at the same time. And if both are traveling in the right direction, or if both meet whatever criteria, that kind of thing. I just don't have the options in right now. I've got it hard set to do a certain thing, between the 1 hour and the 15 minute. And if both are going the right direction, then, it's this. If both are going the right direction, then, do it. Then take the trade at level. if this makes sense on the 1 hour and the 15-minute at the same time, then it will take one of the major levels in whichever direction. It'll take either direction depending on which way it's going. But I'm going to expand that out to other levels too. I just haven't really gotten there. It's just a matter of doing it. Honestly, I just still got to test this though. The thing that needs the most work, that's actually pretty close. The thing that needs to be done really is working on the decision making, and it's pretty close. It's close. Filtering out, because you have 28 possible combinations and trying to decide which of those 28 combinations is going to be the most likely to sustain a move, and trying to figure that out. I'm trying to use software to figure that out. And once I crack that nut, it's probably got something good there. It's going to take some more testing, honestly, but it's getting closer. I just need to mess with it a little more. But I mean, you can play with it now. I think the best thing you can probably do right now is just the direction, the levels, using the levels. It's just like I have it by default is probably the better thing. And then maybe, you could play with reversals and stuff with it too. Taking the reversals at standard deviation, that can also be good. Especially when you get a day that runs big like that, try to just take it back the other way maybe, but that's something that's coming. It's just, honestly, it's a matter of just doing it. It's just a work in progress. Hopefully at some point soon, I'll be able to get something, worked out, get it production ready. It's just right now, it's just, for testing, but it is functional software, and it can be profitable. It's much better than it used to be. I'll tell you that. I mean, it has its profitable days, but some days are going to get stopped out. It depends on the configuration though. It depends on how you set it up. Like with the default setting that I have in there, which is what I'm running. I mean, it's not bad. It's not bad. Like today was definitely a profitable day for the bot. Absolutely. But the market moved, and that's the thing, is market needs to move. On these choppy days like that, it's either not going to take a trade, or it'll try a few things that make sense, but then if it gets stopped out, there's nothing else to make up for it. So I've seen that lately a couple times where there's just nothing lining up. Like there's nothing coming. There's no trade to take. You get this stuff like where there's just nothing here. In your potential trades here, like in your experts tab, where it spits out what your potential options are that are the most likely to move from here. There'll be nothing here. There'll be nothing, or there'll be one or two out of 28 combinations. It's because you're getting different directions on different time frames because you're in a choppy market, and it's good because it's not trading that. A lot of times it's not taking the trades, which is fine, which is doing what it's supposed to do. Like today, it killed it. Did great today. It's in Euro Yen short right now. From the center, it sold the center because it recognized that the euro is weak and the yen is strong, and it sold it from equilibrium, and it's looking for that one standard deviation. So it's going to need to drop a little bit, but if it goes and breaks that low, it's like a 53 pip trade. So if it goes, that kind of thing. But then with everything overall working together, it should generally be profitable as long as the market's moving. That's the biggest problem lately, is the market just doesn't move. You get this kind of crap, there's nothing to do. You can't expect it to run a full standard deviation if it's not even running a half a standard deviation in a range. It's hard to get a position in profit because the market's not, look at Euro Aussie and Euro Kiwi today, what that didn't go anywhere. And every single day has been like this lately. We actually had a good day today. Today we killed it today. Murdered it. Killed it. But need that to be consistent. Need to go back to this moving market situation. London's been dead. You get a really choppy mess, and then all of a sudden something will take off for 1 or 2 candles, and that's it. It's been like that a lot. It's like Groundhog Day every day. But today has just been epic. Like Really, really good day today. Killed it today.
Watch the rest of the week be trash now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man. I was gonna say everything moved today for the rest of the week. Man, hope not. Yeah, it's killed it today. Like as far as like trades wise, like murdered it. Bot killed it today too. I'll tell you 1, 2, 3,
if this
4,
demo
5,
was live,
6,
I'd be
7,
satisfied
8,
with today for the week, honestly.
11. Yeah, so it's closed 11 trades. It took 1, 2, 3, 4 losses. Out of 11 trades, it took 4 losses, and the wins were much larger than the losses because of the risk reward ratio. So, the trade. Oh, I forgot. Okay, so I can show it. The trades just sorted by these little small trades. It was this to this. Had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And there was a loss. Aussie CAD was a loss. Kiwi CAD was a loss. Euro Yen was a loss. And Aussie Kiwi again was a loss. I tried Aussie Kiwi twice, maybe? No, never mind. Yeah, so, but then look at the wins. Look at Euro Pound. Look how, it's 4 times, more than 4 times the profit than the loss, on something like Aussie Kiwi. The biggest loss today was Euro Yen. And these wins were more than double that loss, just those 2 alone. So it's way up today. It's way up. And then these other manual trades were the ones we took. These earlier. That was a scale out. Took pound CAD, euro dollar, pound Aussie, and pound Kiwi. Pound Aussie, pound Kiwi short early, which were great trades. I wish I would have gotten back long, but it didn't make sense at the time. Then the pound CAD long, scaled out on that, and the euro dollar short. I had a buy limit on euro Aussie that I ended up canceling and took it manually. That's what that is. And I took the stop on euro Aussie and ended up coming all the way back, which is stupid. But yeah, I killed it today. Murdered it. Like as far as manual trades and the bot itself was way up. Way up. So did really good today. It's not over yet though. I'm going to wait and let it all close out and see what's up. Still time. I'm just going to let it run. Actually be curious to see what it did today. But it's no question, it killed it today. Hands free, just completely hands free. And it traded good trades. Talking about like 40, 50 pip trades. Pound Swiss, a euro pound was a good one. Pound yen was a good trade. That was like 50 something, I think 53 pips or something like that. On some of these, on one of them. I think it was one of the pound pairs. Euro dollar, it caught that whole pump on euro dollar straight out of the gate this morning when the dollar died. It caught that euro dollar pump. That was a big trade. Did really good today. I took 4 losses out of 11 trades. Hard to argue with that. But what happens? The market moved. The market did what it was supposed to do today and actually moved. And didn't just go into this horrendous chop for the most part. Some did. Like you look at Euro Aussie and Euro Kiwi. It's garbage. I did not interfere at all today. I want to let this, I'm trying to test this a little bit and let this go and do what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, the only time I interfered with mine was when I pushed the button.
Yeah. So I'm trying to see what it's doing. I want to see what it's going to do and then go back and look at it and say, okay, why did it take this trade here? And sometimes the market just turns around. It was the CAD probably. These were both CAD trades that took a loss. So that tells you something right there. And it took a loss on Euro Yen, but actually I think got back in it. So we'll see. Tried to sell Euro Yen, got stopped out, and now it's actually, I think, back in a short on Euro Yen. But yeah, it's just one of those things where, so Aussie Kiwi, tried to take Aussie Kiwi short and got chopped out. That one's really choppy today, so that makes sense. This one's just garbage. I saw Aussie Kiwi earlier. It's just chopping today. It's just kind of hanging out on the low. So it make, whatever. But it, did what it was supposed to do. This would have been considered a great day for the bot. The bot was up. I mean, it's up. It has to be more than 100 pips. It's just very small positions. Imagine if these were larger positions, 10 times the size of this. This thing could be up hundreds of dollars, a couple $100. And if it was more than that, if these were one lot trades, I think I've been up, $2,000 probably.
Are you going to run these same settings all week?
Yeah, I'm just going to run what I've got right here with this. I'm just running this right now. I want to see the decisions that it's making here. This is the important thing for me right now. I want to make sure that this is doing what it's supposed to do. I want to see if there are any trades that it probably should have taken that it didn't take. I want to see if it took some trades that it probably shouldn't have taken. I want to go back and look at this later. I can see where it entered, and but for the most part, it's doing what it's supposed to do. I mean, it is.
About the bot they used to some about the new one with the strings.
Yeah.
What's your settings though? What is it? She gave us the settings.
The default settings that I distribute it with. I'm running the default settings that I set when I uploaded the new version of this. It's just the default settings that come with it. And it's only, well, I won't get into it too much on YouTube, but it's only taken the directional levels, but it's being filtered and it's making the decisions from this on multiple time frames. It's looking at the 1 hour and the 15-minute to make a decision based on this movement, the index movement overall, and it's trading everything. I'm running. It's all 28 possible combinations. So it looks at the entire market. It's all 8 major currencies and every possible combination of those 8 currencies, which there's 28 possible combinations, and it tries to decide which pairs, which possible combinations out of all those 28 combinations are the most likely to sustain a move based on, a couple factors here. And then it uses that information to trade this algorithmic strategy here throughout the range. It uses both direction and this strategy, and it makes decisions at key levels here. It makes a decision based on what's going on with this. So it's actually working. It's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. It killed it today. Bot murdered it today. 4 losses out of 11 trades, and the wins were much larger than the losses. It was managed loss, small stops relative to the wins, especially the pound pairs killed it today. All the pound trades, they ran probably 50 pips a piece at least. So it actually did really good today. It's just a small lot size. It's only running a micro lot, but that's on purpose. I'm not, I'm running micro lots because I'm not worried about the profit necessarily as seeing what it's going to do. Just going to allow it to run and see how it does and not interfering with it, but also taking some trades. We just killed it today. Today was a great day. We took these trades manually. Took, early this morning in London, took pound Aussie and pound Kiwi short. Really good trades there. Pound Aussie, pound Kiwi both. And actually got back in this. I took pound Aussie twice. I took pound Aussie, took profit on it, got back in, and took profit on it again. So, but it was really pound Aussie, pound Kiwi short, early London. And then pound CAD long. Pound CAD long was another good trade. That ended up being a crazy trade. Pound CAD went bonkers. Only took it for it wasn't even that much. It took it for 40. It was almost 50 pips. I think it was 48 pips on pound CAD, and it ended up running 100 and something pips. So I just didn't think it was going to run that far. It went way farther than it normally would have gone. Way farther, which is fine. Just secured the bag. Took profit at the right time. Everything was good. It's a good trade. Took it leaving out like that. It's 40 something pips. And then euro dollar short, wherever that is, that was the craziest entry in a while. That was a really good entry. And you're literally caught at 0.3 pips from the top. It was 0.3 pips away. I measured it and ended up closing when it got down here on the low of the range. So, murdered it today. Did really good today. Did take a stop on Euro Aussie, but if I'd have left it, it would have gone back up. I just had a tighter stop on it. It's crazy because it actually went back up. Had it long here, it went up, then went down, stopped it out, and then went way back up. Was just trying to get it to the top of the range anyway. And it actually held. It just went and stopped it out. First I had a tight stop on it. It was like, whatever. When it came back, I was just like, okay, now just took the loss on it. It's not worth messing with it. But it ended up coming back anyway. So the position would still be in profit if I would have left it. It would have been 9 pips in profit right now if I'd have left it open. So we just got it right today. Just did good today. Killed it. But yeah, the bot specifically killed it today. Like, forget that these are micro lots and just, you know, the trades themselves. Like, it actually did good. You know, lost 4 out of 11 and with a, you know, a 2-to-1 risk reward ratio. So there you go. Killed it. You know, we need the market to move. This market will continue to move like this. It's just going to be easy money. Just easy money. But the market has to move. Hopefully this didn't like fire its whole wad for the week in one day here. It's the only thing I'm worried about is this thing moves so far today that it's just going to do nothing. Hopefully this will do nothing in Asia because it moves so far, and do the consolidation overnight and then run it again tomorrow in London. Hopefully this is going to be a good week. It's a really good start to the week. But yeah, anyway, well, running the bot. Going to test the bot every day this week. I need to do it on a separate account. That's what I really need to do. I actually may do that. May put some money in a separate account and then just run it. I want to run it on a live account. I mean, a demo is really the same thing. It's really not any different as far as just testing and stuff like that. But yeah, trying to run it on a live account. Doesn't matter if it doesn't run on a live account. But yeah, the bot did really well today. Totally happy with that. And it was trading only the directional levels. That's it. The default configuration, the way it comes. Because it's set to be close to optimal by default. It's set to be what you need to do by default, and then you can play with other things like reversals and the stacks and stuff like that. You can play with it a little bit, but let me actually look at it. I haven't looked at the options. Yeah, so yeah.
14 for 19 shorts.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, the directional momentum. This is it's kind of experimental, honestly. Yeah, I haven't really explained it yet, so it makes sense. But yeah, this can end up taking a lot of trades. This is really meant to have, like I'm trying to show here, like if you have a like a profit goal in currency, like say, depending on your lot size, and it depends, you can also use a percentage and say, I want to take 0.1% every time. You turn everything off but directional momentum. And I'm not recommending you try this like on a live account or anything right now, but that's what it's meant to do, is to, like, overnight when you're not in front of it, to just set it to something small and just let it trade the momentum of the market, while it's calculating overnight, that kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? When it's calculating that range overnight, this is meant to fill that gap. The directional momentum, this is meant to fill that gap when it's not trading the normal strategy. And this is going to be set where you can have it only go during a specific time, and you can set this to trade one. And this is something that I haven't put in the options yet, but it's coming. The whole point of this is to trade overnight while the range is calculating, and to be able to set certain times for it to trade certain strategies. And you can change which it'll trade certain strategies between certain times. So that's the thing. You can say, look, between whatever and whatever hour overnight, when the range is calculating, when it's calculating for the dynamic range strategy and it's not taking trades, to trade a directional momentum strategy and just trade the momentum of the market, and set like a really low, like 1/10 of a point, like 1/10 of a percent or something. And it'll position on the whole market, whatever the direction the momentum is going, it'll position on the whole market, And when the net position gets up by 0.1%, it closes everything and then repositions, takes another snapshot of the market, says, okay, now where's the market going? Because it may have changed since the last time. Where's the market going? Let's try it again. We just made 0.1%, and let's inch it forward, moving the chains 0.1% at a time. That's really what that's for, is to just, it's like a trickle charge. It's like trickle charging the battery overnight, just trying to get a little small amount. That's what this is really designed for. It's kind of experimental right now, but it does work. I've had profitable days using only that. I've actually tested this before I released it. We were playing with this. Hold on a second. Yeah, my voice is wrecked. But yeah, I've had profitable days using only that. But the best thing to do is to trade a smaller. It can get a little wild. It's just not really quite ready yet. Need to put some more options for the decision making in there, but it works. It's really to play with right now. So, I mean, I probably wouldn't suggest using too much of that, because that can get you in trouble with larger positions, because it can take it can take whatever makes sense, and it could be 20 open positions. It depends on how many charts you're running it on. And it's really better for like a hedging account, because you're going to run into problems where it may already have an open long on euro dollar, but now it's trying to take it short on euro dollar because it's trading a net position and not necessarily an entry. You know what I mean? Like it's trying to hedge that because the direction may have changed on euro dollar. So it's trying to hedge it, and lock that up and let some other trade may go into profit, and because it's trying to take a net goal and not necessarily an entry. It's a very different way of doing it. Very different strategy. So that's really what that is. That's what that's for. And the original idea of this is to fill that time gap while the range is calculating overnight. And then it can automatically shut itself off because it's not allowed. It's only allowed to trade. You can set a limit, a gate time wise, and it's only allowed to trade during a certain amount of time or a certain period of time. And then when another period of time comes, early London, it can flip over and start trading a different strategy. And that is where we're heading with this. But that option's not there yet. That's what this was for, directional momentum. It's just trades the momentum of the market just to do something, make something, any little profits while the range is calculating. That was the whole idea of that. But it actually is a viable strategy. It just trades whichever way the whole market is moving. It trades the whole market. The momentum of the market itself, and not just one pair. But it's best used to have a short profit target on it, like something small, like 0.1%, or whatever. I'll put it back to 2. Or like in dollars. Like depends on depends on your lot size too. But you can say like you can put a profit goal in currency and say, look, I want to make $10 at a time. When my profit gets to $10, it closes everything. Then it repositions directional momentum wise. It repositions for direction of the market. Then it works everything back up to $10 and closes everything. So it makes $10, $10, $10, $10, $10 over and over and over and over and over. That's the whole idea. But it's using the whole market to do it, and not necessarily just one entry. The entry almost doesn't even matter. It's just whatever direction the market is moving. And sometimes the direction changes. And so it repositions on things, and it may hedge a position because the direction's changed. It's better for use on a hedging account. It's hard to even test on something like Oanda, honestly, like a FIFO broker, because it's just going to reject the order. If it tries to go the other way, it's going to reject it. But the directional levels is 100% compatible with a FIFO market. Like Oanda, it's meant to do that. It's meant to work to be a viable strategy on a normal US like FIFO market, because it's trading an actual strategy, and it's not really, it's not a hedging strategy or anything. It's trading a legitimate, like, you know what I'm saying? That's really what that's meant for. But yeah, the directional momentum, probably leave that off. It's interesting. It probably could do just fine in addition to the other things. The problem is going to be your lot size. because it could potentially take a lot of trades and you're going to have a lot of open exposure. And if it runs out of equity, it'll stop being able to take trades. Best thing to do is put it on the smallest possible lot size, and like a micro lot, and then just have a little small goal like $10 and just let it run. Wait, let it go, and it's a low risk way to just make something, just a small amount, $5 or $10 at a time. It'll position on the market until it gets to $5 profit, then close, and then it'll take another look at the market, then reposition, whichever way the market's moving. Like if the pound is gaining strength, it'll just take the pound long, everything. It takes all possible combinations that make sense at the time. If they're moving in the right direction and they meet the requirements, then it just positions on it. It doesn't matter what the entry is. It doesn't look at a good entry on that. It positions in momentum, right now, wherever it's going. And that's kind of the whole idea of that. Anyway, but it's coming, working on it, testing it this week. I'm trying to get back into like working a little bit heavier on it. So that's really okay. But yeah, it's testing it today. Today it did really good, really well today. So yeah. Right now, just waiting to see what happens on Euro Yen. It's short Euro Yen again, but now it's going back up. It took it short from the center. Who knows on this? This thing's too choppy. It's a garbage chart. Euro dollar still going. So yeah, anyway, there you go. Yeah, the lot size, it uses the lot size based on your account balance. If you don't have it set to 0, hold on a second, let me show you. It can, that's the whole point. That was kind of the whole point of this, is it automatically manages your lot size for you. It does the money management for you and attempts to compound, dynamically scale that lot size up and down for you, depending on whether or not it's up in profit or not. That's the whole thing with this, is it's more than just an entry and exit strategy. It's a money management strategy, and it automatically adjusts itself. It's a lot of big time potential here. Just need to get it done, like bigly potential. This is basically an account management software. It's an automated account management software. It's just not done yet. There's some other things that need to be done. It automatically manages your lot size for you based on whatever your account balance, your open exposure. It trades the entire market and not just one pair. It makes the decisions on what the best thing to trade is, and manages the money management strategy for you for the maximum possible gain over time. To compound a percentage over time. It's to compound interest. That's the important part. And it's trying to do that it does do it for you. But yeah, where is it? Dynamic scaling percent right here. I've got it set to 0 on purpose because I have a static lot size. I didn't want people to get themselves in trouble with it, just releasing for the development version. They run it on a live account and it starts taking, if you set it to 100, like it's normally set to 100 by default, the dynamic scaling is set to 100. So it takes a position size equal to 100% of your balance. So if your balance is $1,000, it's going to take $1,000 per trade. And it's in percentage of your balance. So if you have $10,000 in your account and you set it to 100%, each entry is going to be equal to 100% of your balance. So doing it this way, not going to get into the tricks of the trade too much on YouTube, but doing it that way and finding a good balance there, it can automatically and dynamically scale up and down your lot size based on your account balance. So you're not taking the same size trade every time. It's specifically taking a very specific entry lot size, depending on whether you're up or down, or depends on your account balance. And it manages that for you, and it uses a percentage but it's a sliding percentage. It scales up and down depending on what's going on with your account. It's not the same every time. You know, right now I've just got it set to a static that doesn't move. Static just means it doesn't move. It never changes. Just a static lot size of a micro lot, whatever the smallest possible position size is, just for testing. But if you want to scale it up and have it automatically decide for you, you can change the dynamic scaling percent to like 100. But it depends on your balance, and you need to think about this ahead of time. I haven't written up like documentation for it yet to really explain it, but you know, like if you want to have it automatically manage the lot size for you, if you have like just say whatever, like a $10,000 FTMO account or a demo account or whatever it is, $10,000 account, if you put it to 100, that means it's 100% of your account balance. So if you have $10,000 in your account, it's going to take $10,000 positions on every trade. Every trade is going to be 10,000. If you have $12,000 in your account, it's going to take 0.12 lots. See what I'm saying? It's going to take 12,000 units. It's going to take 12,000 units of whatever. So it automatically chases your account balance based on a percentage. Now, how you set that percentage can be the difference. And that's the thing, you know, it depends on where you're at. It depends on what your account balance is and how aggressive. This is almost like an aggression level. How aggressive do you want it to trade? Now, when you're dealing with, you know, a consistent strategy, once that gets there where it's consistent over time, you can crank up the aggression. You know, it depends on how much open exposure you want. You know, it's because it's going to take the same trades. The only thing that this is changing is the lot size and how aggressive the scaling is, how aggressive it jumps up in scaling. Like if you have a winning day, you know, your balance is going to grow if you have a winning day. So it's going to scale that up. On the next day, it's going to be taking larger positions than it took yesterday because your balance has grown, right? It's scaling that up dynamically. And if you have a losing day, it's going to back your lot size down a little bit. So it automatically adjusts. And that's the whole point of this. There's this powerful thing. It's people don't know what's coming. It's just not quite done. It's not done yet. But you know, this is like hedge fund in a jar kind of thing. Eventually, it's a little ways away from that, but that's the idea. Dynamic scaling percent. So yeah, let me turn this back off. I don't want to set it on there because I want it to take, if you set this to 0, which it is by default, then it won't use it. That's why it's 0 right now, and it'll automatically default to the static lot size. You only have 2 options of lot size. You can set a default lot size that it takes every single time. If you wanted to take a micro lot every time for every trade, you set it on your static lot size. Minimum lot size is self-explanatory, but if you want it to automatically scale it, you use it here, and it's set as a percentage of your balance. So if you have, again, $1,000 in your balance, setting it to 100% will take 100% of your balance on every trade. And there's a reason it's done this way, because you can really ramp that up. Like you could say, I want to make it 500% of my balance on every trade. So it'll take 5 micro lots. If you set this to 500, it's a percentage of your account balance. So it looks at whatever your account balance is and scales your lot size automatically without you having to decide. And it scales it up and down depending on whether you're gaining or losing over time. The point of this is for it to manage itself and compound the growth over time by itself without you having to do it and change it and think about it. The point is to try to automatically scale it up, because that's where your real gains come from, is scaling up your lot size over time. One of the biggest secrets in trading is not taking the same lot size every time. It's one of the biggest secrets, literally. That's how you really make money, is scaling your lot size with a consistent strategy. But that's what this is doing. That's the whole point. So if you wanted to take, if you have $1,000 in your balance, you want to take 5 micro lots, a 0.05 every time, 5,000 units. and you would set this to 500 because it's taking 500% of your $1,000 balance on every trade. And this is how you can tune that. But right now, set it for 0. So, total 2% of your balance. Hold on, sorry.
So with the settings, right? The settings you have already?
Hold on a second. If you want to use max 2% of your balance, I don't have that set yet. Like to have a limit on how much equity it's allowed to put out. That's something that I've already thought about many times and I haven't put in yet. Like having a limit on, you say, look, I only want to have open exposure of 10% of my available margin. So I can have, whatever for trading manually. That's easily doable. I don't have it in the code yet. I'm actually going to write that down right now. Let me find my notes. Hold on. That's something that could be done. Ooh, something that could be done easily. So that's something that's not that difficult of a change. It just needs an option, a setting in there. It'll just cap out and it'll disallow trades. Hold on a second. Yeah, you mean like to have it shut off and not be able to take any more trades if you have more than 2% of your available account margin used? Yeah, I mean, that's something that can be done. You have to look at the account balance. It's really the open exposure. You would have to subtract the balance from the equity. And if it's 2%, whatever your open exposure, you need to run through every trade. It's really the smart way to do that. Run through every open position and tally up the lot size, and whatever that lot, like if you have 7 trades open, it'll run through each one, add up whatever your open exposure and lot size is, and then check and see if that is greater than or less than whatever your X 2% of your total balance. Yeah, that can be done. That can definitely be done. That's not a big programming problem to solve. I'll write that down. But yeah, it's just something I thought about that in the past. I just haven't done it yet. It's things like that. It's little things that can be added to make it great over time. There's just some things that need to be added, but right now the main thing is getting the decision making perfect, getting the decision making right, or at least to the point where it can be tuned and played with. It's kind of the point of it. It's like a sandbox. This is like a Swiss Army knife, is what it is. There are 5 or 6 different trade types. 6 different types of trades it can take. It's like a Swiss Army knife that can be set different ways, and it can be stacked up. It's hard to explain. Like you can trade 2 completely different strategies on the same instrument. Like you take pound yen and configure this to trade 2 very different strategies. Like it could do like all kind of stuff. Like you'd have a buy the dip strategy. It only takes reversals on the low side. After it runs, if a trade runs 3 standard deviations to the downside, then buy the dip. Like you can literally do that with this. You can set it to do different things. It can also trade the algorithmic type of strategy, where it trades specific levels based on, those things. And then can also take momentum. It can take even the stacks. The stackers is momentum. It's a different type of momentum though. The stacker type is it stacks up positions in momentum within the range, but not directionally, if that makes sense. Not using any type of filtering or anything. It literally just takes the moment, it stacks on as it goes up in the range. So, there are different types of things you can do with it. That can be used as a scalping strategy. It can be used as a scalping bot, a swing bot, a buy the dip bot, a range trading bot. It can do all kind of stuff within the same framework, and that's kind of the idea. And trade the entire market while it's doing it. It's a work in progress. It's coming. There's a lot of possibilities here. It's just not done yet. Working on it. But yeah, right now I'm just trying to test just the standard directional levels. That's going to be your bread and butter. That's going to be the majority of what you probably want to do with it. Let me make sure that's set to 0. And I want to make sure that it's making the right decisions, you know, based on this, which is using this to make this to help it make decisions. And then when it makes the directional decision using that, it trades the range using this. It puts those two pieces of information together. So that's kind of the idea right now. Something's under. So anyway, it's coming. Working on it. Did good today though. Bot killed it today. Absolutely killed it. Ours right now, man. I mean, the problem with New York today is just everything had already moved in London. Everything already moved, and you just got overextension on the pound, and to some extent the euro. I mean, the stuff had already moved, and it just kind of stayed up here and chilled out. You know, look at pound yen, like the majority of it already happened, and it just kind of ranged up here for the rest of the day. Everything happened in London today. Pound CAD, man, this is incredible in pound CAD. I cannot believe that did that. God, if I would have known that. Holy cow, this thing did 200 pips today. 200 pips on pound CAD. Bro. Like, you can't see that kind of stuff coming. Like, we already ran it. It ran a full range. I just closed it at the range. Made sense to close it. Didn't see that coming. 200 pip move off the low. The low did 225. 225 off the low. That's not even the low. The low of the day was down here. 225 pips off the low. Who saw that coming? Crazy. Happy would take 40 something pips out of it. It's like 46 pips or something took out of it. It's Happy. Yeah, 49 pips. Almost 50. Crazy. I think it was going to do that. Again, I mean, this market hasn't been moving like that lately. So now we got a massive move here. Hopefully that'll set up some rubber band in between, get some bouncing going on tomorrow. Running back and forth inside of that little range. Yeah, stuff moved today. Pound Swiss, look at there. How about that? What is that? Mark there for. Oh, it's a range high. All right. Yeah, all right. Interesting. It stopped there. Yeah, so all these pound just went nuts today. So hopefully that'll pull back and we'll get some volatility tomorrow. Stuff moved today. Things need to move for there to be volatility. If stuff's just going sideways in a range, there's nothing to do. There's no return move or there's no trend to trade. If everything's just going sideways, when you get these big moves like this, it tends to pull back sharply and you get this rubber band effect bouncing back and forth. Stuff moved. So hopefully tomorrow will be good too. Actually, let me go grab a drink. About to die here. You see what's going on with this trial too. That's another thing. I don't think it affects the market, but it affects people's lives more than you think. Affects policy going forward too. 226, man. Pound CAD. Gotta be kidding me. This ran a full week. Look at this. It ran a weekly range in one day. It did. It ran an entire weekly candle in one day. Truth. Pound CAD did. Today's daily candle is the size of an average weekly candle on Pound CAD. Mathematically, put it that way. The daily candle is the same size as an average weekly candle in one day. Nuts. Could have been a much bigger day. Just didn't expect that out of the pound. Just didn't expect that kind of a move, to be honest. I mean, the whole pound just went bonkers. I guess maybe it's because they opened stuff up. I mean,
they're looking into a central bank digital currency as well.
Yeah, I saw that. It's crazy, man. I saw that. There's to fix the problems that Bitcoin has or something. I saw it on Twitter. Yeah, pretty wild. Yeah. Bitcoin. Lol. Oh god. Bitcoin. You know it's coming though. You know it's coming. They know they're missing out. They're missing out on the cash cow. They're missing out on that cash cow of all those transaction fees. Not to mention all the taxes and stuff like that. Just to control. It's more about control. It's more about control than profit. Currency has always been about control. And they have lost control when something like a digital currency is as widespread as it is. If it were to become some type of currency, technically that's illegal, at least here in the United States. So it's something to think about. You know, if it's used as an actual currency, it's kind of not legal. And the Secret Service frowns upon that. So, you know, it's weird. It's a weird thing to think about. It's like Monopoly. It's like saying I'm just going to make my own currency.
Crypto assets and not cryptocurrencies.
Not currency. I was just going to say he very clearly made that distinction. I remember on that one of those last meetings, he corrected her on that. He very clearly made a clear distinction that it was not a currency and it was an asset. And I think that's going to be the only way it's going to be allowed to survive. If they try to push the currency aspect of it. And I think that's one of the biggest problems with DeFi is, I mean, technically what they're doing is illegal. They're operating outside of financial regulations and trying to profit from it. So it's something that you need to look at going forward is what some of these projects really are and whether or not they're going to continue to be allowed. And then you get into the whole conversation of patents and stuff like that, you know, infringing on patents that are held by legitimate companies and stuff like that. And it's a gray area right now. It's good. It's great. You know, it's like a technological innovation is happening and they're allowing it. They're kind of allowing it to flourish to kind of see what happens. I think it's like a test bed. They're letting everybody test it and then they're going to try to figure out how they can take control of it. I think that's the whole point. Just let it happen. See what the problems are, see what the benefits are, and learn from everyone else's. Let everybody else lose money and make mistakes, and then we'll learn from those mistakes and make our own thing. And then we'll force everybody to use our thing and make the current thing illegal. That's what I think is happening. I think it's pretty clear. I think they've already told us that that's what's happening. And it's just going to be a while. It's not going to happen today. So just make money on it. It's one of those things. It's nothing you need to worry about today. But I would be pretty surprised that if in 10 years that it's the same as it is now. 5 years, maybe even. In 5 years, could be some law passed that it's illegal to buy something with Bitcoin. You know, that kind of thing could easily happen if they eventually get around to it, to their central bank digital currency. They eventually get it launched. I mean, the next logical step is to make the other thing illegal. I mean, why would you need a central bank digital currency unless it's the only currency? If it's like in the United States, we don't accept other countries' currencies. I guess it's a little different, like with England and the euro and stuff like that in Europe, some places. In the United States, you know, you can't just go buy something with some other currency, especially something that somebody prints off on their printer. How is that any different than what crypto is? Think about it. How is it any different than printing up some Dogecoin dollars with the face of a dog on it, like Monopoly money, printing it out on your printer and then trying to go buy a TV with it? How is that any different than Bitcoin? Somebody literally just made a thing and declared it has a certain amount of value. The market has declared it has a certain amount of value, which is interesting. People are willing to pay to hold a thing that is not backed by anything, which is interesting. But that's kind of what that is fiat. Bitcoin is a fiat currency if it's used in that context of a currency. It's crazy if you think about it. There's nothing that backs it. It is a virtual idea. It is literally by definition a fiat currency. Pretty crazy. The thing that it's supposed to not be. Everything that Bitcoin is supposed to not be, it is. It's weird if you think about it. Not going to get into that anymore. Everything it's trying to fight, it either is already or has become. Crazy. Painful truth. But anyway, yeah, it's a weird thing. You know, that's it. I think they're allowing it to happen. They're allowing it to work, to see what are the pitfalls, you know, what are the benefits. Can we get everybody used to using this thing and then make our own? Because currency is really about control. Oh crap, this dog's gonna bark. You know, money is always about control. How do we know what people are doing? You know, if they don't know what you're spending your money on, they don't know a lot of things. Hold on a second. Anyway, I think that's what the central bank digital currency is going to be about. CBDC. I think it's going to be about control and management, being able to manage people, large groups of people. You know, if you can control. The only thing is that I feel like they don't even need it.
It's bitterly ironic because crypto was supposed to be about decentralization.
It's literally the opposite. That's the crazy thing about it. It's supposed to be the exact opposite. And the problem with Bitcoin is it is centralized, especially with mining. If you think about who controls Bitcoin, it's the miners. And that is centralized beyond centralized to a small handful of miners in China. It's crazy. It's everything it's supposed to not be. But that's okay. You know, I think that's all right. It is what it is. You got to understand what it is and what it isn't. You know, it's just like, you know, it's like the scaling issue. It's never going to be a world reserve currency. People think it's going to be the next dollar or something of the internet. It's not. It can't. It's not. It can't technically handle it. That's the crazy thing, is it doesn't have the technical ability to handle that much throughput, that many users. It's choking now. It can't handle this many users. How's it going to handle the whole world? It's not going to happen. It's literally impossible. Like, it's literally impossible.
50% dominance. I hadn't seen that recently. Last time I checked, it was at like 60, but it's getting there.
But that's okay. You know, it's like a digital asset. It's hard to explain, man. Like, people like get triggered about it, but I mean, it's kind of like Pokemon cards or something. Like, people have assigned whatever, you know, baseball cards or something. People have assigned a value to a thing that has basically no value other than the electricity that's caused to use it. I mean, to mint it or to transmit it really has no value, but that's okay. But a lot of things have no value, and just the same thing with a dollar. It's a fiat currency. If it doesn't have any value other than what's been assigned to it by by either a market or a central oracle or location. Some kind of central entity has assigned a value to a thing. You know, it's like people used to use seashells and stuff for currency. Why not? It's, you know, people have assigned a value to a thing. It's a way to keep track of it. I totally get it. It's a way to transmit value. It's actually pretty good at that. It's a good way to transmit value over the internet. It is. But the problem is it's not any better than the other 10,000 coins that are out there. It's actually worse than most of them. It's slower, it's more expensive, and it's less scalable. Just the truth. But, you know, then that's the thing, is why Bitcoin specifically, and then you get into some things, you know, may be better at what Bitcoin's trying to do. I mean, certainly are better at what Bitcoin's trying to be. It's better than Bitcoin at Bitcoin's own game, but people have assigned the value to Bitcoin. That's the crazy thing. Crypto's a weird thing if you think about it. It's like printing out, it's like going to Photoshop, designing your own currency. You put your face on it and you print them all out, and you print whatever is, you know, you print a bunch of them out on your printer, and then you go and you give them out to everybody. And you say, okay, everybody use my currency. Let's all use this currency with my face on it. I'll give it to you for free or for very cheap. You give me 1 penny, and I'll give you one of my dollars. one of my black box dollars. You give me 10 cents and I'll give you a black box dollar. And we'll see if we can convince the gas station down at the bodega, whatever. We'll convince the bodega to take black box dollars. And you can buy a Mountain Dew with black box dollars. That's literally what crypto is. And it's not legal in the United States. Truth, 100%. Hard truth. You can't do that. That's what the Secret Service fights. You can't do that. It's illegal. It's a federal crime. But it's being allowed. It's being allowed. It's touted as a currency, a digital currency that operates outside of the current framework, the current regulatory framework, at least in the United States. And I'm not talking about globally. I know that it's global, and I'm not having that argument. I'm talking about just within this jurisdiction here. I mean, there is an argument to be made that Bitcoin is technically illegal if used as a currency. And that's why people are going to prison for selling it. You know, people on local Bitcoins, that dude got like 10 years in prison, something like that, for selling $10,000 worth of Bitcoin to a federal agent. He went to prison for operating an unlicensed money service. It's not legal. Literally, it's not legal to use it as a currency. So I think it's never going to be considered a currency because of that. And then you get into patents and legal problems with stuff. You know, like DeFi is going to be it's going to be a big issue. There's going to be a lot of regulatory hurdles with stuff like that. But you know, that doesn't mean that it's going away right now. That doesn't mean it's going away at all. They may find a way to work with it. It's kind of the whole thing I'm saying. They may find a way to figure it out. But I mean, if you think about what Bitcoin really is, somebody made a thing and promoted it over a few years. They printed a thing, they wrote some code, promoted it, and said, let's all use this as a currency to screw the banks. Now, how do you think that's going to go over in the long run? Like, it makes sense, and I was down with it. I am down with it still. But I also understand what it is and what it isn't now that I've thought about it for a few years now. And it's just like, it's hard to explain, man. It's like thinking that, you know, it's like trying to do something that you're not supposed to do, or running from the cops, or, you know, the problem is the cops are the ones with the badge. They have the badge, they have the gun, and whether you like it or not, whether you believe in it or not, doesn't matter. They're still going to arrest you. Like, you know, if you're out, whatever, you know, you're out doing 100 miles per hour, you can say, whatever, dude, I live in a free world and there are no speed limits in my world. You know, there are no speed limits in my frame of mind. Speed limits don't exist. I operate outside the boundaries of speed limits. The cop doesn't care. He's the one with the badge and the gun. That's like the Federal Reserve and banks and who make laws, and the SEC and all those guys who actually make the law and enforce it. They don't care whether or not you identify as a Bitcoiner. They don't care. Like, you know, if it gets to be a threat and they're already calling it a financial threat, they're going to make it a crime. Now, they haven't done that yet, but people are still getting in trouble for stuff like that. Just not like a wide scale. It's not widespread or anything like that. But, you know, again, we're just talking about just maybe the voice of opposition, not hating on Bitcoin, but sometimes it's healthy to have a healthy debate about things that you may or may not want to happen. You know, maybe you haven't, you know, maybe you should think about that. What are the possible outcomes here? What if they declare it illegal? And what happens if they make a central bank digital currency? How long do you think they're going to allow something else to be used as a currency? Think about it. Why would they allow Bitcoin to be used as a currency? They don't allow monopoly money you can't go down to Best Buy and buy a TV with monopoly money. It's illegal. That's what I'm saying. Like, but that doesn't mean it doesn't have value. And that's the crazy thing about a free market. That's kind of the point I'm making, is it doesn't really mean anything. It doesn't mean it doesn't have value. Something has, I mean, obviously look at it. I mean, people are paying $60,000 for a Bitcoin. How is that any different than somebody paying $60 million for an NFT? Whatever those, collages, the pictures and stuff of tweets and stuff like that. People paying like $50 million or something for that. It's just a market. So it's worth what someone's willing to pay for it. That is how a free market operates. Things are worth what the market decides they're worth. Supply and demand is a factor, but things are worth what someone's willing to pay for it, as long as there's a market for it. And kind of the thing I'm saying is, what happens if, policy comes down that takes away the market? Look at what happened to Ripple. What happened to XRP? It got delisted. SEC came out and said nope, and they got delisted. Now they're going to have to fight it in court and whatever. I don't know what's going on with that, but the reality is that happened. That's the thing, is what happens when they come out and say central bank digital currency, blah, 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 blah. Everybody's going to get their direct deposits. There's no more checks. There's no more nothing. No more credit cards. Everything is NFC or whatever, just on your phone or by facial recognition. Everything is just tied to, you put your fingerprint, you put your finger on the little pad, and it automatically takes out whatever your balance is from your central bank digital currency, your new world order, one world currency. That's what's coming. And Bitcoin is the precursor to that. It's the sip of the Kool-Aid. It's the bite of the apple, the poison apple is what it is. It's getting everybody ready for it. Getting everybody ready for what's really coming. They're allowing it to happen for a reason. It's probably to get everybody used to it and conditioned to using that kind of thing. And then they're going to come out and say, okay, now everybody has to use ours. This other thing is evil. National security reasons, blah, blah, blah. Promotes terrorism, blah, blah, blah. So we have to use our thing that's safe. Use ours that's safe. And, you can get your direct deposit for your paycheck, and you can automatically pay for your grocery store stuff without having to use a credit card. And it all just automatically takes it out of your account, and everybody's stuff is controlled by software, and it's all managed. The people are all managed. That's what's coming. And that's a lot easier to do with something like a blockchain or a private blockchain than to do it with like a credit card system, which is, there's obviously a system in place there too. But I don't know, maybe it's, I don't know. The thing is, maybe it's, what is blockchain? What is it really? It's a public ledger. It's about transparency. It's about financial transparency is really what it's about. And at the same time, it's supposed to be about censorship resistant currency, censorship resistant value transfer. And that's debatable, because with a public ledger, you need to be able to tie someone's name or picture to a transaction, and then you've got them forever. It is forever in the blockchain. So then you have problems with on-ramps and off-ramps like Coinbase. Like the IRS already went to Coinbase and said, you need to tell me everybody who spent more than $10,000 on Bitcoin. And they complied. They did. Said, here's your list. Here's your list of everyone. Names, addresses, photo IDs tied to a Bitcoin address. Everyone who's, and this again really happened. This isn't a joke. Like, this has actually happened like 2 years ago or something like that. The IRS went to Coinbase and said, we're forcing you to turn over all of your information on anyone who has spent more than $10,000 on Bitcoin. And they said, okay. They did it. So is that really censorship resistant? See, the problem here is there's a bottleneck. It's on-ramps and off-ramps. Is it really anonymous? If all you have to do is just tie someone's Twitter account to a transaction, or tie someone's their Facebook, post their Bitcoin address on their Facebook, and then forever in the blockchain, forever that account is tied to that person. Is that really anonymous? Of course not. You know, and then with chain analysis, there are a lot of things that you can find out about people. You can figure out who people are sometimes just from Bitcoin transactions and the relationships and the metadata, how that's all connected. You know, it is what it is. But I think that's really the question is, does the world really want that? Does the world want a public ledger? I guarantee you FedCoin's not going to be a public ledger. They're not going to give everybody access to it. You can't just go to fedcoin.info and look at the chain and see, oh, you know, Goldman Sachs just had a FedCoin transaction of $17 billion with Ford Motor Company. Yeah, maybe it was a loan. Ooh, let's buy Ford because, you know, they just did a deal with Goldman Sachs. What if you could see all that publicly? What if your insurance company could look at the public ledger and see that, you know, you paid, you know, $23,000 to a cancer treatment facility, or you went to a doctor and you went to the doctor and you were a cancer doctor because you thought you might have cancer. What if your insurance company saw that on a public ledger and denied you health care or denied you medical insurance because of what you purchased that's on a public ledger? It will never happen. The world is not going that direction. Business is not going that direction. Businesses will never want that. There's too many backdoor deals. No company wants their information on a public ledger. I've had this conversation before. It's not going to happen. You know, so then you got what's left? Private ledger. Well, that's centralized, right? That all has to be controlled from somewhere. If it's a private ledger, there's no reason to have a blockchain in the first place. And that can all be done centralized. See the problem? So, you know, and maybe there are some things that blockchain solves, probably more automated management of things, but that can all be done with a centralized system. That's the thing it's a real question, you know, and again, not hating on Bitcoin or anything, blockchain or anything like that, but there are some legitimate questions, and sometimes it's healthy to think about the other side. What if blockchain is not even needed? What if it doesn't help anything? Do you need it? What's the benefit of it? A public ledger is one thing, but what if a public ledger is actually a bad thing? What if it's a bad thing to be able to see every transaction everybody makes? Do you want your competitors, if you own a flower shop, do you want your competitors seeing how many roses you sold this week and what the prices were, what times they sold, what area geographically they sold in? If that's all tied on a public ledger, do you want to give your competition information that they can use against you to try to beat you in a competitive market? Of course not. That's what a public ledger is. It's not gonna happen. You know, now tokenizing things, it's interesting. It's good. It's interesting for management. It's a way to split things into smaller groups and manage transactions. You know, like if you had Taco Bell token and McDonald's coin and Burger King coin. Well, you know, I mean, you could do that stuff. You could use it to whatever by, you know, you could get points and maybe trade your McDonald's coin.
Get points.
Taco Bell token, man. Yeah, but
listen, I'm going all in on air and water tokens right now.
Air and water. Hey, there you go, man. There you go. But you know, what if it may get to that point? Maybe it does, where you have a certain amount of tokens.
Air futures first.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe you get to that point, and this is, you know, realistically looking down the line. Why not? You know, is it really that far fetched to think that could happen? You know, where you get to a point where
has water futures. Yeah, it's happening.
You know, you have social credit or something like the Black Mirror episode where you have social credits, and you know you can convert your social. You know, if you're good in society and you were polite and you held the door for an old lady, you get 10 credits for this, and you can trade those credits for water. You get, you know, the water spigot only spits out a certain amount of water, however many credits you spend on it. You know, there's a couple of Black Mirror episodes about that. It's actually probably close to where we're heading. I think there were 2 on that. The dude from Get Out, from that movie Get Out, he was in one of those Black Mirror episodes. Yep. It's just like that, yep. Where he had those credits, how much toothpaste comes out of the toothpaste machine. It costs him a certain amount of credits and stuff like that. You know, very likely heading that direction anyway. And something like a central bank digital currency would be the perfect way to implement something like that. It's a universal system for everyone to be on that's managed, just managed automatically with software, that kind of thing would be the perfect way to do that. But I mean, then there are some other questions, is blockchain really better? Maybe it's a cool thing. It's absolutely, it's hard to explain, man. Like, it's an awesome thing. It is like, it's a crazy technology. Because it makes it hard to kill. It's like BitTorrent. It's basically BitTorrent for money. That's literally what Bitcoin is. It's actually what it is. It's like BitTorrent, where it's censorship resistant. You can't turn off someone's money as easily because it's out there in the ether. That's literally why they call it Ethereum. It's in the ether. It's just out there. It's just there. Everyone and no one are the market. Your currency is held by everyone and no one at the same time. You're entitled to a certain percentage of that supply, and you hold ownership of a certain percentage. That's really what crypto is. That's really what it is. So there is an argument to be made there about censorship resistance. Like, they can't it's very difficult to just turn your money off as long as someone is willing to accept that as a payment. And there's your problem right there. What happens if they just make it illegal to accept Bitcoin as payments? Say it's not a valid transaction type. It is not a valid currency, and it is a national security risk. You're not allowed to banks aren't allowed to process transactions to and from exchanges. They're not allowed to process credit card transactions to and from exchanges. What happens? That's
I mean, my bank, my credit card company don't let me pay in gold. So
that's true. That is true. That is 100% true. Also the argument to that is, can you go down and buy a TV with gold? Can you go to Best Buy right now and buy a TV with gold? Or do you have to?
But I could with 3 4x8 sheets of plywood.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, do you have to convert it to right? That's funny. Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. Anyway, but yeah. And this is one of those things, do you have to convert it to something else first? And that's the thing. And that's kind of, maybe that's what Bitcoin is it's just a cool asset that people like to collect and assign value to. There are many arguments both for and against it. And that's, it's just kind of the thing is maybe, looking at it from the devil's advocate perspective. Oh, okay, Christian. Yeah, I'll check it real quick. Yeah, I'm gonna let you in real quick. I'll send you a message, Christian. Send you a message real quick. But yeah, it's just one of those things, man. Like, maybe, I don't know. Is it really better? I guess is the question. And it's just unknowable yet. I think a lot of things are going to end up being tokenized. You're talking about like Taco Bell coin and Taco Bell token and Burger King coin. That's probably coming. I think the big question is it a novelty or is there a real benefit? That is debatable. Is it any different than anything else than just creating a MySQL database on a website and saying, okay, this person has this many tokens? Is it different than whatever coins in what's that game? World of Warcraft coins or whatever. RuneScape.
Yeah.
Isn't it really any different? And that's debatable. And I think the big issue comes down to censorship resistance and the ability to maintain control of that value without being turned off from a central location. I think that's the big benefit of crypto, of blockchain in general, is that part of it. That is the main draw, is not being able to be just turned off from society. Now, the problem with that also requires that merchants accept it as a payment. And if they make that illegal, it's going to be useless, literally useless. It'll be Pokemon cards. It'll be collectible. It just, remember Bitcoin, like, remember when Bitcoin was cool, that kind of thing. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just, if for some reason, there's been a lot of talk about this Fed coin and stuff, and, if for some reason they don't work with it, which they probably will, there'll be a period where I'm sure they'll allow it to work with it, unless they come up with some false flag. North Korea used Bitcoin to enrich uranium, or they bought enriched 60% enriched uranium from Iran using Bitcoin, and we have to shut Bitcoin down right now. Whatever. There'll be some stupid thing like that. There always is. There'll always be a 9/11. There'll always be a Patriot Act after it. So, how long is it going to be? Whenever something is cool and for the people, a thing always gets shut down. Ever notice how that happens? Whenever there's something that's a world-changing technology, somehow the government always shuts it down and then takes control of it. Always how it is. That's the only problem with Bitcoin. Other than that,
I remember
go
Napster.
Yeah, exactly. And that's
they went away, and now they're a real company. Crazy,
basically. But that's another argument for it. Is think about BitTorrent. That's actually an argument for crypto, for blockchain. Remember BitTorrent, like back in the day, like almost 20 years ago. I mean, they didn't want people downloading stuff, and they went after Napster. So what did they do? They created BitTorrent, and as a way it was a peer-to-peer. Heard that before? Peer-to-peer currency. It was a peer-to-peer file download system where they couldn't just shut down a central unit. Everybody owned a piece of it. You downloaded a piece of it and served out a piece of it at the same time. You were both downloading and serving out, sharing it at the same time. That's what BitTorrent is. It's actually a really interesting thing. BitTorrent is basically Bitcoin. It's basically the same thing. It's a thing where everybody owns it and nobody owns it at the same time. And that's why it's impossible to shut it down. They have never successfully shut down BitTorrent. In almost 20 years, they have never successfully done it because they can't. You can't. Once enough people, once it's out in the wild enough, that's why Bitcoin can't really be shut down. They can shut down the off-ramps. They could probably pull some kind of hash rate attack or something and just make it miserable to use it, but it'll still operate. It'll still work. But at the same time, that's why they've never shut down BitTorrent. That's an argument for Bitcoin. The censorship resistance part alone, they have never successfully shut down BitTorrent. They have to go after the websites like Pirate Bay and all that stuff that host the search results for the torrents, because that's centralized at a web server, right? And that's a target that they can go after legally. They can go after a web server. Hey. Welcome. But they can't actually shut down BitTorrent itself. So what do? They go after the websites that are showing the searches. It's the same thing. It could potentially happen with Bitcoin. Not saying it's going to, but it's the same thing. They can't shut down Bitcoin, but what they can do is shut down Coinbase. They can shut down the banks from accepting the transactions. Not saying it's going to happen, but we've had this conversation many times. But that other than that, but it's you're talking about years away. I guess the question: what is Bitcoin? What is it? What is it really? It's not a currency. Not a very good currency. People haven't even been, with all the unconfirmed transactions, people can't even get their money out right now. Some people, I just saw a thing on Twitter, people were waiting 48 hours to get a transaction go through it. So it's not money. Clearly not money. It's hard to argue a store of value. Look at 2018, look at the past, if you got your paycheck on Friday, the last week, you were paid in Bitcoin for the month, you're down 12%. You've lost 12% of your value. on the store value. Depends on when you get in and when you get out, right? It depends. Depends on when your work or value was converted, when your value of whatever time or whatever your work was converted to Bitcoin. If it was converted to dollars, technically it would probably be very close. I mean, you can argue inflation and stuff like that, but in purchasing power, but a dollar is still worth a dollar. You can argue the purchasing power argument, sure. But it's a little different than being down $12, 12%, and at one point 16, 20% since Friday. So if you got your paycheck on Friday in Bitcoin, was it a good store of value? If you needed to pay your bills today, think about it. Now, this is a legitimate question. If you got your paycheck in Bitcoin on Friday and you had to pay your phone bill today and it's down 11% from when you were paid on Friday, is that really a store of value? Depends. Depends on when that value is converted to Bitcoin. Depends on when you need to spend or use that value. When you need to reconvert that value into something else, either a phone bill, rent, whatever. TV from Best Buy. It's very hard to argue store of value with Bitcoin. People like to say that, but if you really think about it, is it really? Think about it. Think about 2018. Was this really a good store of value? Down 82% in 2018. 82% loss. Is that a store of value? It depends. It depends on when you converted your whatever, your time or your currency to Bitcoin, whatever it is that you're converting to Bitcoin. Because Bitcoin is just a store. It's funny, I almost said a store of value. It's a way to transmit. It's a vehicle to transmit value is really what it is. It doesn't store value. It's not very good at storing value. It's very good at transmitting value. Two different things. Can transmit value very well, very reliably. It is incredibly reliable at transmitting value. It has multiple fault tolerances to transmit value in digital form. Is it a good store of that value? That can be argued very successfully to the side of no. Look at 2018, down 82%. Was that a good store of value in 2018? No. It's an easy argument. And people say, oh yeah, well, it went back up. Okay. Well, depends. Again, depends on when you got in, right? Depends on when you needed to convert that value to and from Bitcoin. It's hard to argue store value. So if it's not a good currency because it's slow, expensive, arguably illegal as a currency, again, just being real, not hating, just being real. So it's not a good currency. Clearly, it's basically impossible to be used as a currency, especially with the throughput. Can't even handle the transactions it's got now. It's definitely not a store of value. What is it? What is Bitcoin? It's true. It's a real question. What is it? Is it a very volatile gangster trading instrument? Yes, absolutely. Can you get mad gains by exploiting the hype and price appreciation around it? Yes. Is it a very good vehicle for arbitrage, to arbitrage between different currencies? Yes. Between the pound, the dollar, stocks, like we talked about, taking contracts settled in Bitcoin instead of dollars. There's a time where it's incredibly profitable to take your FOREX profits settled in Bitcoin instead of dollars. A dollar is still going to be worth a dollar, but if Bitcoin's going up, if you traded for the month, if you traded pound yen for the month and you get paid out in Bitcoin instead of dollars, you can make a massive gain on that. Huge. Done it many times. So that's the thing. Is it a good trading instrument? Yes. That is the killer app. Yes. It is a speculative investment. Is it a good currency? No. Is it a store of value? No. Is it digital gold? Maybe. But what is gold? Honestly, what is gold? Realistically, be honest. Like, what is gold? It's a speculative trading instrument, right? Hard to argue against that. And gold arguably actually has some inherent value in technology and hardware, computer stuff, you know, because it's a good conductor of electricity. But that, again, it maybe not even needed. There are other metals that are better. There are other compounds that are better at gold, better at what gold does than gold. But it's rare. Its value is in its scarcity, right? And then you have the argument of forks, Bitcoin forks. Say, well, there's only 21 billion Bitcoin. Okay, I can go to the GitHub repository and literally in less than 10 minutes, I can make my own Bitcoin, but I can change the supply to 1 instead of 21 million. And now my Bitcoin is 21 million times better than yours in less than 10 minutes. Now, is that true scarcity? No. But people have assigned, the herd has assigned value to Bitcoin and some other currencies too. Like Dogecoin was like number 5 on the list. It's crazy because people have assigned value to that. There was like $50 billion in Dogecoin at one point. It was $49.6 billion. It was worth more than Ford Motor Company. It's worth more than DuPont Chemicals, Dow. It's worth more than Delta Airlines, Allstate Insurance. Dogecoin was worth more than Ford Motor Company. People have assigned a value to it. You know, it's just one of those things. It's crazy, but it's true. People assigned a value to it. And people were willing to pay. It was worth what people were willing to pay for it. You know, it's a meme. Is it literally a joke? Like actually a joke? And it was worth more than Ford Motor Company because people decided collectively that it was worth $50 billion at some point in time. And that's great. That's what's great about the free market is that's possible. It's crazy that that's possible, but that's a good thing. The market is deciding where the value is. Now, there are many arguments on what the value is, but maybe that's not the point. And that's kind of the whole thing I'm saying. Maybe that's not the point. Maybe what it is isn't the point. And it just, people have assigned some value to it. Doesn't mean it doesn't mean Bitcoin's worth $1 trillion because it's priced at $60,000 with a supply of 21 million, which more than 18 million of those 21 million have already been mined. That's a whole nother topic. I'm not going to get into that. Bitcoin's over. 18 million of the 21 million coins, it's already been mined. There's no more inflation left to protect. So that's another topic, but yeah, it's just weird. It's a crazy thing. It's good though. You know, I don't know. I think it's a healthy question to ask. What is it? What is crypto? Like, what is blockchain? Not just Bitcoin, but blockchain. Is it even useful? Like, you know, what is it? What is the main draw to blockchain? You know, having really thought about it, a public ledger is the main advertisement. This is a public ledger. Everyone's transactions are public. There's no fraud because it's a publicly verifiable transaction. Now, okay, does that benefit? What does that benefit? You know, that's a valid question. Is that useful? Maybe. In some contexts, maybe. In general, is it useful to the average person to have a publicly verifiable transaction? Does that help the villager in Kenya? Does that help the villager in the Eskimo that's trying to buy sheep wool for their family to keep their family warm, to bank the unbanked? Does it help that it's a blockchain? A lot of arguments would say no. Does it even matter? Yeah, I think the draw of it is that no one central person or entity can control it. And that may not even necessarily be true with mining. So that's one thing. Is again, back to censorship resistance and not being able to be shut off from the rest of the world. You know, what is it? What is blockchain? What is it literally like? What is it useful for? Like realistically, what is it useful for? I'm not hating on crypto, but if you're going to advance the conversation on stuff like this, it's going to have to be more than Dogecoin memes on Twitter. That's kind of what it is. It's kind of what crypto is. It's going to have to be more than that. The things that are trying to be more than that are really blurring the lines on legality, like DeFi and stuff like that. You know, they're trying to operate in a unregulated kind of, like, I don't know, just kind of trying to blaze their own path outside of financial regulations and stuff like that. And then what's the benefit though? Why use a blockchain solution? I think that's one of the hardest problems to solve as far as a crypto project is tell me why it should be blockchain and not just some database. Why not a MySQL database on a web server? What's the benefit of blockchain to use for whatever the project is? And that's the thing. I haven't seen, it's been years now. It's been 13 years. I think 2008 is when blockchain really kicked off with Bitcoin. Is anybody actually using it? That's the thing. Is it being used? Fair question. And I'm sure there's some isolated incidents somewhere, some isolated use case. Is it being used on a wide scale?
Like 90% vaporware.
That's kind of the point I'm making. Is it really being used? And again, not hating on Bitcoin, not hating on crypto, being real for a minute. Is it really being used? And if not, that's fine. But what is it then? Is it just a gangster, like extremely volatile, Wild West trading instrument to make mad gains? Is it a good arbitrage vehicle between currencies? Is it a way to profit from volatility of a market, which is what this is? People are deciding with wild swings the value of a thing. Bitcoin's value is changing wildly. Is its real use just to make money from? Or does it actually solve a problem? It's definitely not a currency. And it's absolutely not a store of value. And you could argue both ways on that, depending on when you got in and out. And that's, some realistic question to ask. What is it? Just mad gains. You get mad gains on it. It's great. Trade it. Trade it, make a bunch of money before they make it illegal. Anything that's cool like this, they always make it illegal. Always. There'll be a reason. And FedCoin is probably the reason. But it's not going to be for years. I had this conversation many times. That's the thing. What is it? It's hard to put your finger on it. What's the real use case for Bitcoin? Why? Why use Bitcoin? Why not use MasterCard or American Express? Why not put it in a bank? It's more expensive, slower. It's more expensive by a lot than using a bank. Transferring Bitcoin, it's more expensive by a long shot, and it's much slower. So why? What is it that you're paying for? Is the really, and just realistically, what is it? What is the draw to it? This maybe the best use of Bitcoin hasn't been invented yet. Maybe we don't know yet what the best use of it is, or blockchain in general. Just blockchain in general, for the most part. Almost everything blockchain does can be done with a centralized system and done better, faster, cheaper. So then, it really comes down to what's the use of it? What's the benefit? It's just it's the devil's advocate argument. There's a lot of unanswered questions. Can Bitcoin even handle it? Can it handle the transaction? Like, can't handle the amount of transactions that are going through now? Not just saying that, like it's actually can't handle the amount of people trying to use it. People can't get their money because the transactions aren't going through. Man, look at this freaking Euro Aussie, man. All this stuff's still moving. Crazy. That sucks, man. I got stopped out of that. That actually ended up going. So yeah, I got on another Bitcoin rant, but it's a valid conversation when the thing's at an all-time high like that, starting to come down. Every once in a while we have the conversation to ground people's FOMO. Sometimes the responsible thing to do is to ground ground the FOMO when things are a little crazy. Actually, the Friday was probably the time to have that conversation, but once it broke the high, normally when it breaks the high, we start having those conversations just to try to bring people back into reality. You know, I think that's the main thing moving forward is is crypto actually being used by anybody? Is it actually being used for a real reason? Or is it just something, you know, volatile trading instrument like paper silver or paper gold or uranium or natural gas, trade nat gas futures? Is that what it is? What my opinion is, yes, that's what it is. Is a incredibly volatile speculative trading instrument, and you can make a bunch of money trading it. And I mean, it's hard to find something else. It's hard to find something else. I think it set out to be a lot of things, but it kind of turns out that it's none of those things. In reality, it's not. I think it had a good intention, but when you think about it, it's going to be hard for Bitcoin to be a currency. And there are many, many reasons for that. The technical reasons alone aside, not even technical reasons, I think it's basically impossible technically for it to handle being some kind of major currency. But every nation in the world and every central bank who makes the laws says no. They're not going to allow monopoly money. You can't make black box dollars and then go buy a TV with it. That's not how commerce works. That's not how regulation works. Everybody would just make their own currency. You know, that's the thing. That's kind of what it is. Somebody put a logo on something, promoted it, and said this thing has a value, and the market collectively decided how much that thing was worth. You know, there's some real arguments on whether or not it's, you know, gonna survive as far as being a currency. I don't see how it's possible. It's not legal. Not in major countries. It's not. Why do you think look at all the countries that made their own coin, like Venezuela. Why do you think they're doing it? Because you know, they're trying to cash in on the hype of it. You know, trying to force people to use their currency because it's about control. Currency's always about control. Anyway, long story. Same conversation we have every time Bitcoin gets crazy high. But man, talking about crazy high, dude, this is absolutely crazy. It's pound CAD. I don't understand it. The heck, man? Like, what is that? 240 pips today. Just out of nowhere. All of a sudden, just moon. Man, I wish I would have left that trade on. There's no way you could have seen that, though. Gone 3 times that or more. It's crazy. Anyway. So yeah, I'm sure there'll be uses for crypto, for tokens, tokenized economy, micro economies, those types of things like video games and, you know, whatever, Taco Bell token, you know, where you can win tokens for, you know, whatever. You go to Taco Bell 10 times in a week and you get an extra 20 Taco Bell tokens. You know, 100 Taco Bell tokens, you can get a soft taco. Gamify the economy. It's probably good for that. You can gamify the economy. So some closed-minded person didn't like the devil's advocate conversation about Bitcoin. Didn't offer any commentary. Just didn't like it. But yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably going to end up happening. There'll be many things that are tokenized, you know, like little micro economies, little micro currencies, we'll say, more tokenized, you know, tokenized value of some type. It's probably good for things like collectors items and paintings and stuff. Some way to to keep track of value. There are some good uses for blockchain. There are definitely some good uses, but I think they're not the ones that everybody hopes Bitcoin is. And I mean, just sometimes you just got to be a little more realistic about what it really is and what it isn't, and be more informed. Sometimes be a more informed thinker about what it is and what it isn't. But that doesn't mean, I'm not saying you can't get money on it. That's not the point. Obviously, I mean, look at it. Things at like $50-something thousand still just dropped 20% or something like that. Still at 50,000. That's telling you something. People have assigned a value to it. You know, and that's the thing. People are willing to pay for it. But why? It's because it's gaining value, not because it solves some problem. It's expensive and it's slow. You can barely use it anywhere. But people are buying it because people are buying it. People are buying it because people are buying it. Period. That's what it is. That's what stocks are. That's what a whole bunch of different types of investments are. It's the same. It's no different than anything else than saying that Amazon is worth 150 times earnings. Maybe it is, but probably not. It's no different than that. Anyway, get money. Mad gains. Commit mad gains on it. But expecting this to be some kind of world reserve currency, let's take a step back and look at what's real out there. Look at has anything in history ever come along and said we're going to be the new currency? We're going to overthrow the dollar, the US dollar, whatever, the Chinese yuan, whatever it is, whatever currency, the pound, the euro. We're going to overthrow all of these, the cabal, the cartel. We're going to overthrow the central banking cartel, and we're going to declare ourselves the currency of the people. Has that ever succeeded in history? Do you think it's going to succeed this time? Tough one. I don't know. History will tell us. So again, what is it and what is it not? And figuring out what it actually is the smartest way. Probably invest, honestly. Figuring out what it's not. It's like, it's freaking Dogecoin, man. It's crazy. Dogecoin is a perfect example. It's a case study and just a free market assigning value. It's great. It's amazing that that's possible. It's amazing. I mean, Dogecoin was worth more than Ford Motor Company for a brief moment in time. Probably still. It was worth $49.6 billion. $50 billion. I mean, holy cow. What it's at right now. Still up. Yeah, still up. Cray. Absolutely bonkers, man. I mean, people have assigned a value to a thing. Why? Why is Dogecoin, and legitimately ask yourself this question, why is Dogecoin a joke, a meme? Literally, it was actually meant to be a meme. It was a joke. It was just a copy of the Bitcoin code base. It was meant to be a joke. Why is Dogecoin worth more than a company more than 100 years old that has built a global network and the highest selling vehicles of all time? That Ford F-150 is the most sold vehicle in history. Henry Ford literally invented an assembly line workplace. He invented the assembly line. He invented the 40-hour work week. And Dogecoin is worth more than that company. Why? What is this? If it's, you know what I mean? Like, what is it really? Crazy that it can be that. That's another interesting thing, though, is the flip side of the argument is that it can be. The fact that it can be worth more than Ford. That's a big thing. That is a very powerful statement in what this means about the current environment of investing and trading, really investing, period. This is a very important piece of information. The fact that Dogecoin is worth $40 billion right now. That's an important piece of information. Tells you about what's going on in the markets. So, same thing with stocks. It's the same thing. Why is the stock market this high? Is it because there's companies are valued that are companies really valued at 100 times earnings right now? Whatever, you know. Or is it just speculation? Is it just riding the waves? Is it a big casino? Of course it's a big casino. That's all it is. Spin the wheel. That's all it is. But that's a good thing. It doesn't mean that it's... Then you got to really ask yourself about, especially 99.9% of crypto projects, blockchain projects, what is it really? Is it just a big marketing scheme to get you to play at their casino? They want you to gamble at their casino and not the other guy's casino. Make money though. Get that money. This is great for that. Awesome at arbitrage between currencies. Taking a dollar, turning it into something else that's gaining value, and then going back, turning it back into a dollar. It's amazing at that. Yeah, anyway, long story there. Yeah, it's just sometimes it's worth thinking about. There's so many maximalists. I used to be the same way. I used to get triggered when people would, try to get me to think from another perspective about Bitcoin or crypto in general, especially Bitcoin though. Until you actually start thinking about it. It's like, wait a minute. What is it? It's not what it says it is. What is it? Clearly not what it says it is. It's impossible to argue that it's a digital currency because it's not. Or a store of value. It's probably closer to a store of value than a currency, but store of value argument's pretty difficult. Weird thing. It's crazy when you think about it. That's like telling you Santa Claus isn't real. It's like telling a kid that the tooth fairy isn't real. And it was really just mommy putting a quarter under your pillow. Yeah, it's a harsh analogy, but it's kind of true. Got to kind of understand what it is and what it isn't. Make a lot of money though. Crypto has been the trade of the year. Buy and hold crypto. Again, I mean, even since the middle of last year, really. Ever since the fourth quarter last year, buy and hold crypto has outperformed everything in the world. Period. End of story. Buy and hold crypto in general, probably almost anything. It's outperformed every other trade, every other strategy, everything. It's outperformed everything. Buy and hold crypto. Don't forget to take profit. Let me go grab a drink real quick. Give me a few minutes. What time is it? 12:54. It's really not a lot happening here. We'll switch over and watch the S&P. Enough messing around. There's just nothing really to do. Everything just ran crazy today and never pulled back. It's just straight moon on the pound. A lot of the euro didn't really do a whole lot of anything. Euro pretty much stayed pretty much flat until right the last hour or so. Some of the euro pairs have picked up, but not really much going on today except the pound just full. I don't know what that was in the pound today. Wish I would have taken it long. Still did good today, but man, it's just a lot of movement in the pound. It's just unexpected. You don't expect stuff to move like that, especially the environment that we've been in. It's been crap lately. You don't expect it to move like that, but it did. Hold on one second. Hold on, buddy. Just give me that. Anyway. go outside. Anyway, I don't know. We'll watch it for a minute. Watch the S&P going into the end of the day. I'm going to send an email real quick. Give me a few minutes. I'll pop back in.